Noting the hour, I'm calling the Acton Select Board meeting to order. First up is residents' concerns, and seeing none in the audience. Are there any online? No. And moving on to chair update. I just have a quick update that I'm loading. I wanted to just say that the Economic Development Committee and the Event and Program Coordinator, Maura Haberman, have been doing an incredible job of continuing the ribbon cutting ceremonies for the new businesses in town. They are a lot of fun and a chance to meet our business owners and tell them how happy we are that they're in town. Some of the ribbon cuttings in April to date are Acton Cycles Bike and Ski Shop, April 7th at 10, and that's 340 Great Road. As You Like It Salon, April 7th at 11. And they're just changing ownership in the family, which is exciting. And they're located at 452 Great Road. Luna Mexican Cuisine, April 7th at 12, and that's located at 20 Nagog Park. And then The Shop, which is April 18th at 11, 562 Massachusetts Ave, and it's an antique furniture, modern day items and design services. And also Twin Seafood in West Acton is also changing ownership. It is being purchased from the current owner by 3 employees and will be called Acton Seafood Company. And I'm sure there will be a ribbon cutting in their future too. That's all I really had. John. Tom.
Hi, thank you very much. Wanted to let you all know that the Recreation Department is rethinking summer camps and have pivoted to a model that they believe is going to allow for more kids in the community to take part. The camps will be open for K through 6, and they're increasing the numbers to allow for more kids to take part. The grades 7 and 8, the programs weren't as popular in the last few years, so they're transitioning those older kids to leadership and training and counselor and training programs. So there's still an opportunity for 7th and 8th graders to take part, but the registration numbers will increase for kindergarten through 6. So registration's open. We encourage people in the community, if they're interested in joining the camps, and some years they haven't been able to because of the numbers. There's more capacity there, so please sign up. And thank you.
Other members? Alyssa?
Thank you. I have a couple of updates, one from the Health Insurance Trust and one from Acton Water District. I don't really need to give you this update from Health Insurance Trust, but I want to because it's good news. So the trust contracts with an outside treasurer, and he is actually retiring at the end of June. And at our meeting on Thursday, recommended to the trustees that we arrange for a reimbursement from the remaining balance in the account to both the town and the school district while he's still in control of the accounts. And the amount will be somewhere between 500 and 800,000. Now the town's split is only 23% because the district split is 77%. But the good news is that we will, both entities will have that money back, and we'll have the remaining balance under 250,000, which is the amount up to which FDIC insures it, so that's good. And right now, because Blue Cross Blue Shield still has a deposit, they still have 680,000, so they're paying the run-out claims from there. The only claims that we're paying are for Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. So that is good news. The trust will vote on a specific amount at our next meeting next month. And then for the Acton Water District, the update is that the annual meeting is scheduled for this Wednesday, the 19th at 6 p.m. And it's going to be in the Acton Memorial Library meeting room. And just a couple of notes that were mentioned at the last commissioners meeting. the district manager, Matt Mosteller, told the commissioners that the district is considering suspending or maybe just truncating the flushing program because they have a lot of work that they need to do as they focused on the treatment for removing PFAS from the 3 treatment plants. There was other work that sort of piled up, so they want to get back to addressing that. And people have probably noticed that there have been quite a few breaks recently around town, just in the last couple of weeks. The Route 2 on-ramp, Main Street, Alcott, Huron, and then there was another one last week on Great Road, but that was for the Concord Water District. It's been extremely cold, not any longer. It's taking a longer time than usual. Costs for repaving are going up. The Route 2 on-ramp repaving costs were $20,000 just for the repaving. So they're going to be turning their attention now, once the PFAS treatment removal treatment operations back to the water mains and other infrastructure.
Thank you. Dean?
Thank you. The manager has stepped to the far side of the room for a moment, but I just wanted to make the observation. Back during the budget workshop, I asked the DEI director, I suggested that it would be helpful if she could provide a summary of the incidents that she has investigated. I believe there's been 11 in about 18 months. And she later thanked me for that comment. And now here we are about 3 months later. I haven't seen anything, and I suspect that maybe my comment was considered to be rhetorical. So I just wanted to assure the town manager that was not a rhetorical request. And I think it's important that we get that whatever information there is out there, and I understand that there should be some redactions from these investigations, but I think it's important that we have that information in hand to, at this day and age, everybody has to be able to justify their budget. And I think it's important that we have that report soon. Thank you.
David?
So I'm sorry about that. I'll follow up on that as well. Those incidents are reported on at DEIC meetings, but you're absolutely right. I think that, I don't know if that fell through the cracks, but I'll follow up on that as well. I just want to let everybody know that the assessment request, the budget request from the 2 school districts that we work with, the big one, AB, and the small one, where we're just a small participant, Minuteman, their requests to the town this year are on the small side. They're much lower than they have been in other years. But I wanted to let folks know that on the in the AB budget, that was the result of some quite painful budget cuts that they made. In my view, even more painful than the cuts that they had made in the previous several years. Just this week, the school district announced that the budget request for level services, at least next year, would have to be a 6.33% increase. So I just let everybody know that that's going to be certainly a challenge, but it's very good that they're getting this information out early. So that I just wanted to let everybody know.
Okay. So moving on to our first new and special business, approved traffic calming policy.
Our town engineer, Chinray Pang, has been leading this project and working with the TAC and other folks. She'll be joining the meeting virtually momentarily.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'm gonna share my screen. I can figure it out how. Can you see my presentation okay?
Looks good.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. I'm Cherry Pang. I'm the town engineer of the town of Acton, and I'm here to present the draft traffic calming policy that we've been working on the past few months or maybe even longer. The presentation is pretty short, so I will finish the presentation. I'll have time to answer questions if you have any. So next slide. So why traffic calming? And the Institute of Traffic Engineers define traffic calming as the combination of mostly physical measures that reduce the negative effect of motor vehicle use, alter driver behavior, and improve conditions for non-motorized users. So what does that mean? It really means that any kind of physical changes to the roadway that actually slow people down rather than something that just it's like signs that if people don't read that kind of stuff. So and this traffic calming policy is a townwide policy that establishes a submission and evaluation procedure for all town traffic calming requests. And it's important for us to know what traffic calming is not, because we do have a lot of requests for example, stop signs or question on whether traffic calming is going to reduce, traffic volume, which is not what this policy is really intended for. We want to kind of aggregate people and to have a uniform procedure to move forward with, any future requests that we might get. So next. There are three separate features for traffic, three different categories for traffic calming. One is the narrowing of the real or apparent width of the street. So here are some examples of what those means. It could actually mean the physical narrowing of the roadway. So that kind of creates a way that people can have to physically slow down. And then there's also the road diet and roadside features, which can be trees or any other features that we can install on the side of the street to make the road look like they're narrower, therefore slowing down the traffic. And also the curb extensions and bump outs, so which is the last picture on the side. And then the next category is the deflecting of vehicle path. So the first picture you have here is called chicane or lateral shift. So with that bend or any kind of turn, vehicle has to physically slow down. And there's also medians or refugee islands. And then there's mini roundabouts. And also the last picture is called neck downs or chokers. And then the next feature categories are altering the vertical profile of the vehicle path. So examples of these categories are speed humps, speed tables, and raised crosswalk, raised intersections, or texture pavements. So that's that. The next one. So the objective of this policy, I'm not going to read the words, is really just to improve the safety and the livability of the streets in Acton. Also, we want to maintain a process, guided by this objective, so the town can, use our limited resource to make sure that what we do is most cost effective and most efficient. And also the implemented traffic calming measures that's really appropriate, and we want to get public input, and we want to do this without jeopardizing the emergency response needs, or creating, impact to our snowplow operations or diverting traffic to neighborhood streets. These were all comments that we received from TAC, as part of the review process. So I added in this, category. And also we want to ensure that, any kind of features that we install has public support, because I feel like it depends on the type of features that we install. It is going to impact not only the direct abutters that live near there, but also people who travel on that road on a daily basis. And of course, the last one is that we welcome citizens' input and involvement in all phases of the project. So this is really the process. I think I'm going to spend most of my time on this slide. This is the process of what, when traffic calming requests come in, how would the town proceed on evaluating or, and then come up with the appropriate solutions and steps. So the first step is obviously concern identified. So I'm going to go with the short path first. It's like when the when the problem is reported, we would have, probably, not probably, we would have the resident usually send an email to the police department with traffic enforcement requests. And then there's an email. And then the town staff would, conduct a further review of the matter. And then that usually, this review would be conducted by this traffic management group that we are hoping to establish. And that group will include, police and fire, and obviously public works employee. And then the staff will would review the concern to verify that it meets the minimum criteria. So the minimum criteria are the location of the concern must be a town-owned residential roadway, and the roadway must be at least 600 feet long, or provide justification that drivers are able to routinely exceed the speed limit, and the majority of the property adjoining the roadway is residential, and that the posted speed limit is not greater than 40 miles per hour. So that's the minimum requirement. So the short path is that if the minimum requirements are not met, then there's no, further improvements proposed, and therefore this process ends. So there will be a traffic calming request form, which is attachment A in the traffic calming policy. And it's one thing to know that use the same form, the resident can also request sidewalk improvements or installations where they don't exist today. That was also another question that was received as part of the review process, is that traffic calming, depends on how you look at it, sidewalk can be linked to it. So we want to include that process here as well. But it is important to know that sidewalk planning, design, construction is a little bit different in terms of process than traffic calming requests. So sidewalk usually will take longer in terms of planning, permitting, and design. So we want to make sure that the residents are aware of that. So after step one, if the minimum requirements met, then the residents can submit the attachment A, the actual application. And then with that, we'll be moving forward to the next step, which is a review and then of the existing record. And we'll determine the limit of the effective area, and we'll request petitions from representatives in the area to verify that this is indeed a widespread concern. And then the neighborhood shall, identify the list of petitions of residents who want to see this going in the attachment B, the form that's would identify the support of the residents. And then I will move to step number 3. Again, to gather the neighborhood support. What I mean by that is we would like to have at least 75% of the resident within the subject area to agree and sign the petition before we move forward to the next step. We think that step is important because, like I kind of mentioned earlier, any kind of features proposed would have impact of the residents in the project area. So it's important to have the support to make this the process a little smoother down the road, because it's just not. It's pretty common every once in a while that we would get requests from one neighbor and then another neighbor really doesn't want it. So we want to make sure that we have any kind of proposal would have supports from our 75% of the residents. So once that's done, now we have another step kind of on the right. So if the minimum criteria with 75% of the residents not really signed, but if the town still decide that this is a concern, we can still move forward with data collection, which is the next step. So the type of data we usually collect are, traffic volume and speed. And we would also pay attention to the traffic pattern. We want to evaluate the existing condition of the area and then report that finding to the traffic management group. Some of the example of the existing condition evaluation are like stop sign distance analysis or accident histories of the area. So all that is going to be part of the data collection process. So moving up next, the traffic management group will again review the data and then we want to make sure there is a evaluation process, which I will show you on the next slide, is the scoring sheet that based on the data collection and evaluation, we'll be able to generate a score. And with that score, it would help us decide priorities. And I'll show you in the next slide. So there are 2 stages of traffic calming. The next one, once we review the data, we'll move forward to stage 1 of traffic calming, which is low cost and easy to be deployed and can offer a relatively easy solution to the problem. And those are examples of those features are speed monitoring radar trailers that the police have. We could have public outreach and public education. We would also have traffic enforcement and also signages and pavement markings. So if recommended, stage 1 will be installed at this time, and then a letter would be sent to the applicant with the determination that the traffic management group made. So the next step is if 1 or more stage calming are implemented, we will wait for about 6 months before collecting additional data to see to determine the effectiveness of the implemented measures. So after 6 months of stage 1 implementation, we will be collecting the same data, traffic volume, traffic speed. We'll look at traffic pattern, and then we'll look at, accident histories and stuff to see if there's any improvements. So, and then after that, we'll obviously review the follow-up data. And then if we deem that stage 1 is successful, then the traffic calming process will end at that point. But if we find that it's not that effective, then we will move to stage 2, which is the more physical change of the roadway to target or achieve that traffic calming approach. So the step 2 is what I kind of mentioned in terms of physical changes on the previous slides. And the next step is we need to notify the applicant saying, okay, step 2, stage 2 is kind of needed. And then at that time, we would have a more, we would have another public meeting, another meeting with the neighborhood. The applicant will need to demonstrate the support of the second round of recommendations. And then we'll have a neighborhood site meeting. And then we'll review the comments and feedbacks that we receive from the neighbors. And then the step after that would actually be funding, which is the important part of any kind of improvements that we propose. So if, stage 2 is indeed approved, we will need select board's approval to seek next all the funding that's necessary to complete stage 2 of the improvements. And then, so I guess funding really depends on the type of improvements that would sometimes might be subject to town meeting approval as well. So once we have the funding available, then it would just be the actual design and construction of those proposed implementations and design. So after that, which I'm glad we're going to the last step. So after stage 2 measures has been in place for about 6 months, so now we're going back to the 6 months follow-up and data collection data. We would collect more data and to determine the effectiveness of this stage 2 implementation. So it is important to know that, unless the installed measure is deemed hazardous by the town, once they're installed, the measures will remain in place for at least 3 years. So it's important to know the timeline because if a neighborhood decides that they no longer want this measure, we would actually need 75% of approval from residents saying they are indeed not want these measures anymore. And then we can talk about the next step, which is, removal, but that would be at least 3 years after that. So that's really the process of the traffic calming policy and how to follow through when the request comes in. So the next slide is, like I mentioned, the scoring sheet. So this is, what we would use to score the request that comes in. So there's different categories, and I don't want to go through all of them, but depends on the traffic volume, traffic speed, and accident history. We can generate points based on the existing conditions that we receive. And then there's also a category for sidewalk, bicycle accommodations, and the planned DPW roadwork and pedestrian activities, neighborhood support, pace car participation, alternative funding, and wait list. I think this is a good time to get into the pace car participation program because we did mention that pace car program in this traffic calming policy. So I think it's important to just bring a little bit of information to that. So what is pace car? Pace car program is going to be also a new program that we're hoping to bring to the town with the traffic calming policy. So it is a citizen-based traffic calming initiative, and is a kind of a sticker program. So residents who wish to participate can submit a request for a sticker via email to the traffic management group. And stickers can be picked up at DPW, and they need to display their sticker. And then it's really just a program that the resident take initiative saying, hey, I want to make the town safer. I want to obey the traffic law. I want to be more courteous to my fellow residents, whether they're driving, walking, or riding a bike, and to just be more aware of the surrounding environment that they're on. So that's really a similar a program like this. We know we had other areas in town that has similar program. I believe Northampton, and there's also some cities in the west that has this program. So I think it's great, citizen-led initiative to just make residents more aware and then take a lead on slowing down, on paying more attention. So that's the intent of the program. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a lot of thought went into that. I have just a couple of questions. As far as this is really resident driven, isn't it? They'd file a form, and you would do your little due diligence of whether it was warranted or not. And one other, what is the attachment B to the traffic calming request?
So attachment B of the traffic calming request is the neighborhood petition form.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So in that, there are some standard questions that we'll be asking for. And then we would like to have, I guess, I didn't go too much into the details of the policy, but usually once the problem is identified or request is submitted, we want to have one point of contact for the whole neighborhood. Yeah. And that person's information would be on that the form, just so we would not be contacting everybody within that neighborhood. We'll be contacting that point contact. So more for easy communication.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Jim?
Thanks so much for this, and thanks so much for, your earlier conversations with the Transportation Advisory Committee. And in a final read of this, I had some thoughts and questions. The first is how we best involve the Transportation Advisory Committee in this process. I was surprised to see that the committee was not mentioned in the presentation or in the policy. So I had a couple of suggestions. One is that whenever the TMG or staff contact an applicant, that the Transportation Advisory Committee be CC'd or informed of the communication so that they can be, up to date with the process of what's going on. The other, was that it? Yeah, and then additionally, and I don't think this needs to be a part of the policy, but I think you might want to keep in mind that if the TMG is scoring and has some questions about how to apply the scoring method to this particular street, I'm sure the members of the TAC would be happy to help out and provide advice on, what these things mean. But I think mostly they want to be, they just want to understand the flow. As particular applications move through the process, they want to be able to understand them. And finally, the last place, then I don't think this needs to be in the policy either, but people who have traffic calming concerns often start at the TAC. So I think we should expect that one new thing the TAC will do is to help people with, encouraging them to fill out the form and be a part of the process. And then, once they do that, then they can keep track of what's happening with it. So that was one thing.
Jim, sorry, can I
Please.
ask you questions first before you move forward, just so I keep track of all that?
Great.
So we were definitely involved in TAC a lot in the beginning reviewing process, and I think the reason why we didn't add them into the initial phase is because there's a lot of friends that due diligence that the staff will need to conduct first. And usually we always involve TAC when there's, traffic related issues in terms of asking for their recommendations, asking for their guidance. And that all happens at the design phase, right? Which is mostly stage 2 for this policy that we're hoping to establish. I do think you are right on that. Most of the traffic concern would go to TAC. And then I think that's when, with this policy, we're hoping that TAC will be able to have a clear direction on where to point the citizens to. And then we can start the process that way to, again, following the procedure that's set in place in this policy.
Great. I wanted to reinforce one thing that you just said, which was that the first phase is often rather technical and rather objective, and it can be done fine by staff. In fact, I even asked Rama if he thought it would be a good idea for a member of the TAC to be on the traffic management group, to be involved in these parts of decisions, and his judgment was no, that it was not an appropriate way for the TAC to be involved. So they definitely understand there's places for them to be involved and mostly informed, but they don't need to be, part of the process, especially in phase 1. The other question I had was, you mentioned there's a part where it says sidewalk requests will be ranked alongside other sidewalk projects. And that led to a confusion in my mind, because my perception is that we've kind of moved beyond the prioritized sidewalk list now that we have this prioritized complete streets list. And so, because all that information from that prioritized list has been incorporated into the bigger world of the complete streets. So it's possible that instead of saying that sidewalk requests will be ranked alongside other sidewalk projects, you might mean something like any phase 2 changes, including sidewalks, will be ranked and prioritized along with other prioritized complete streets projects. And I didn't know if that fit for you or how you were thinking about the relationship between the prioritized sidewalk list and the prioritized complete streets list.
I understand where you're coming from. I think it can be a little confusing, maybe the way we wrote it. But I just think, we all know there is a pretty well-established sidewalk prioritization process and evaluation that's currently, undertaken by TAC. We do acknowledge that, sometimes people think traffic calming, people think the sidewalk would help achieve that, which is true. But I think our approach is that we already have a well-established sidewalk prioritization process. We would like to keep it that way. I think me and Corey were talking, is like when the sidewalk requests come in, we'll probably still would refer that to TAC and have them add that sidewalk based on evaluation to the current priority list and not to jump over one than the other. But then complete street prioritization is a little bit different because I think that depends on the scope, could be small and big. And I think traffic calming at this point is depends on the request, obviously, there, right? Every request is different. We're thinking it's more like localized, like a small improvement. However, if, a traffic calming request comes in and is identified as a much bigger and broader project, and then while we're looking at this, we have the complete street prioritization plan. We have our, sidewalk prioritization plan. That's the time when we can look at all three to see if it makes sense to have them all grouped together to make that one improvement. And then move forward that way rather than doing small improvements in here and there. But it's hard to say at this point what kind of requests would come in and how it would make sense to move forward. Because what we want to do is have uniform approach, and we want to make sure, again, we want to be cost effective. And if there's one way or one project that can tackle all three different categories, and then if that's the way we would like to move forward, that's obviously the easiest way to accomplish all three instead of picking small projects and keep changing after. But that will be identified once we have specific requests and what areas identified.
Thank you so much.
Really the approach, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I think my next question might be a manager question, but maybe it's for you, but let me start with it and see who wants to take it. During phase one, there's what amounts to a traffic study. And I was wondering the approximate cost of a traffic study and what our fiscal 26 budget holds for traffic studies. How many do we realistically imagine being able to do every year? And is that money ready?
So I can answer a little bit of that because we do majority of traffic studies in town. We have 4 traffic counters that we can collect actual speed and volume and classification of vehicles traveling on that side. So it really depends on how many counters we have available to do traffic studies at that time. And then usually when we do traffic studies, the time that we would like to have the counters out there can vary between 1 to 2 weeks. So we'll get, actual traffic data for that time that we deploy the counter. And then with that, we are getting, again, like I said, the volume and the speed. And then obviously we need to request accident reports from the police station or MassDOT. They have, traffic accident histories online. So, and then the actual evaluation of, the existing conditions are also mostly done in-house by our staff. But obviously, if there is more going on, then really depends on the staff's availability. Then we might have to contract outsider consultants to conduct traffic studies and here and there.
Thanks.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Chin. A few miscellaneous questions. A number of the traffic calming measures would seem to me to be difficult to implement with informal bike lanes, right? In most of our roads, we don't have a formal bike lane. People ride on the shoulder, and things like chokes or narrowing of the street or things like that make those harder. Can you just speak to a little bit about how those interact and what we would do with the informal bike lanes?
That, I think we'll look at, again, those were examples of what physical measures are, and not necessarily mean that we'll be, designing or implementing that on specific town roads. I think all of those would have to be looked at, depends on the location we're looking at it, and then exactly what we're trying to accomplish. And then that would have to be worked out in the design phase. We do have, I've seen where lately all the studies we've done where we would have like say shared use paths, and then we will have to go around intersections or stuff like that, where there is a way to kind of switch bike lanes to different features and how do you design the bike lane to go on and off it. And so there's a lot of that I think we'll have to look closer. I don't have really an answer for you at this point.
Okay, I understand. Basically, it depends on the situation, I guess. I know I have seen informal bike lanes that run through the chokes. And,
Right.
then you might need some signage for pedestrians or some painting, or other indications for pedestrians.
Exactly.
And then you mentioned in your presentation that sidewalks take longer. Is that mostly because of the easements or just the size of the project?
It both. So the easement, because sidewalk, is always not within the roadway layout, right? And traffic calming features, what we're hoping to, in terms of design, should all most likely staying within the layout of existing pavement. If not, just if we need room, might just be a little bit expansion, but not dramatically, not a lot. But sidewalk is always in the shoulder area, and then therefore, with tree impacts and all that kind of stuff, and of course easement, the legal side of it always takes longer. Then usually when we're trying to do improvements within the pavement is pretty straightforward. But we don't need to ask permissions from anybody other than the select board, obviously. So.
Right, okay, thank you. The next thing might need partial answer from the manager. It seems to me that, and this kind of is the corollary to my last question, that the size of a traffic calming project is much smaller than a sidewalk. Is there an average funding that you're expecting from these, and what would the funding sources typically be?
Is that for me or, sorry?
I think John's going to answer.
Yeah, thank you. So I think in terms of the cost of the improvements for the traffic calming, I think the Public Works budget and the engineering office has a small budget for studies. And then every year we appropriate funding for minor road repairs. And so I think what we would do is work those improvements into that process. It may not be able to happen the first year, but going forward, we could set aside a portion of that for things that come up throughout the year. I keep cutting that from Corey's budget, so the amount we have available for that is less than it has been in the past, just because we have to cut somewhere. But I think we do appropriate funding for complete streets and sidewalks in the capital budget, and a portion of that can be set aside for this as well. So there's funding available to move forward with some of these things as part, because I think right now the engineering office and DPW work with momentum and then specific direction. And I think this is going to be a third source of input to how they move forward with projects, which would be the results of this process. So we would probably need more funding in the future, but I think we can work with what we have now.
Thank you, and I think, although it's obviously competitive with paving, that this would be eligible for Chapter 90 use as well. And my final question is just a comment. It's not a question, it's a comment. I would like to see, after we've done a couple of these, just a review of the process to make sure that it's working how we think it's working, like your flow chart and everything. And if we need to tweak the process, we should do that. Thank you.
Dean?
Thank you. So I guess my question is, going back to your original design slides you showed right at the beginning of the presentation, has there been an effort to engage the planning board and planning department in this process to look at possibly some design standards to be incorporated into the subdivision rules and regulations for new construction done by developers?
Not yet, just because majority of the subdivision roads come in are fairly short. I honestly, because we have this minimum criteria to be 600 feet. So, I mean, I can certainly reach out to see if they would want to take a look at it. I just, again, from at least my experience, the most, subdivisions that we see are what, between 4 to 10, 12 houses, and especially for PCRCs where everything is kind of close together, we're not looking at long roadways or anything. And then, I do need to mention that all subdivision roads are not private, so I guess this wouldn't apply. Really, because the traffic calming policy would only, I mentioned in the beginning, on public-owned roadways.
Yeah, I understand that, but my thought is that, in the past, there have been some very long subdivision roads. You look at the major subdivisions in town, Indian Village, Robbins Park, Minuteman Ridge. One's more recent, Stony Mead Way and Canterbury Hill subdivision. Now, admittedly, there's not as many large parcels of land to develop in town, but there still are some out there. So I think it's, you think about, say, Stony Mead. I'm not aware that there's a problem there, but you look at the design of that, and it looks like a pretty good circular racetrack. So I think that probably it would be something that either formally or informally should be incorporated in any review that staff does in the future of any of these large subdivisions. Certainly the most recent development patterns have been much smaller, but there is still a possibility that we might have some large parcels come on the market that could be developed.
Okay, no, I think that's a great idea. I'll talk to the planning department and planning director to see how they would want to proceed with this. One thing is, I think this came prior, I forgot which presentation that happened where, it might be a TAC meeting. They're looking for like a uniformed approach on design and consideration, but I just kind of want to know that, to point out that every project's a little different. So it's hard to have established uniformed approach when we could have constraints in here and there. But I would definitely talk to the planning director to see what she thinks, and then maybe we can put some on the agenda as well.
Thank you. My other observation is that the manager just mentioned that, well, we'll incorporate this traffic calming in with the suite of work being done by engineering and highway and DPW, along with sidewalks, and of course there's always stormwater management, and plus the routine sort of work of road repair. And my observation is, as it has been for many years, is DPW operations are woefully underfunded in this town. And I think that, Mr. Martin raised an issue with the schools hurting, or at least they report that they're hurting or will be hurting. And I think DPW has been hurting for years. People want these improvements, sidewalks, traffic mitigation, stormwater management, and yet every time you turn around, where do we cut? I'll quote the town manager, we just keep cutting out of DPW. And I don't think that is sustainable going forward. Thank you.
Alyssa.
Thank you. Thank you, Chin, for the presentation. I'm really excited that we're going to have this policy in place. I think it will be really helpful for residents to have this resource accessible on the website, and also that it has information about what measures are considered helpful and impactful by traffic engineers, because I think oftentimes residents have ideas about things that will help and actually is not known by engineers to actually do what residents think that it will. And I think it will take a lot of frustration out of the process and be satisfying for the Transportation Advisory Committee to have a place to direct residents who come to them with concerns. I'm pleased that it's very clear in the policy that you're looking at objective, needs-based criteria in order to determine which projects should move forward and how. I would suggest in most of the document, it refers to residents and neighborhood and the public, but there are a few mentions of the word citizen on pages 8, 9, and 11. And I just want to make sure that residents know that they can access this process even if they're not citizens. So this is open to all residents who live. I think it's even clear in the document that it's property owners and other residents. So people who are renting can also access this, this process, so that's good. I think that I'd like to see an addition to the language where it's clear that the town is going to be continuing to be responsive to concerns about speeding in particular spots. So I think just adding in a note that the speed monitoring is going to continue outside of this process without having people need to go through steps 2 through 5. I have a question about the follow-up period. It's 6 months, and that seems a little long to me, and I'm wondering if a change that might be seen could be related to seasonal changes in traffic pattern, like if a measure is implemented in, say, March or April, and then the 6 months includes the whole summer, that might actually be the reason for the changes that you see rather than the measure that was implemented. But now that I just said that out loud, I'm thinking maybe it needs to be longer. So I just have a question about of whether that 6 months is the right number. But I guess I'll trust the engineers here. Take my own advice.
I think you do have a good point, Lisa, is the time of implementation. Like you said, the summer traffic pattern is a lot different than say in the fall and the spring, and maybe even the winter, like Christmas time or holidays where people travel, will be out of town or something like that. But I would say is any kind of implementation will take time to be effective. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we want to shorten this period. I wouldn't recommend that from my experience. But I think right now we're just looking for like a uniform timeline. Like what David said is, after we have a couple requests coming in and we can evaluate our process to see if there's modification that can be made to better perfect this process, we're totally up to it. But I think maybe at this point we can leave it for 6 months and then see how it goes. And if from our experience thinking there's time frame that need to be adjusted, I'm sure we'll be back in front of you guys asking for that modification or amendment for sure. So.
Okay. Just a couple of other notes. On the criteria point chart, I noticed that up to 20 points is allowed for speeding, but only after the first 10 miles per hour over. So I'm thinking of the study that was done on my street where they discovered that the 85th percentile was 38 miles per hour in our 25-mile-an-hour zone. So that only gets us 4 points. And the 85th percentile would have to be 55, highway speed in order to reach the maximum allowable points. So I wasn't so thrilled with that. Also, the sidewalks on one side means 5 points. And we do have sidewalks on one side of School Street, so that would actually get more points than the traffic that's traveling 38 miles per hour. And then also, the neighborhood support, the points was up to 20, but crashes only go up to 10. And it seems to me like maybe we might want to weight incidents higher than neighborhood support, although neighborhood support is important. And I have a question. What's the definition of high pedestrian activity? Is it a certain volume, or is it just the location, including a pedestrian generator?
That's a really good question. I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit.
Okay. If it is just that it's a pedestrian generator, I would love to see a grocery or convenience store and even farm stand added to the list. I think it was school, senior center, park, but a place that people walk a lot to is like the farm stand on Parker Street. So just,
Okay,
I'd like that to be more expansive.
Got it. All right, I think, so that's the speeding, the kind of accident history category, pedestrian activities, neighborhood support. I can probably look a little bit more into it to see if there's adjustment that can be made. How's that?
That sounds good. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you, Jen. I will be down to get my pace car sticker.
There was actually one thing, because Jim had some questions about this program, which it is new. And Corey and I had this idea, because there was a question on, okay, if we adopt this policy, what is realistic timeline that we're thinking about start implementing this? And I had this thought of, I think if we finalize the policy in the spring, the summer season, and we will have the summertime to kind of work on the details and then start implementing this in the spring, in the fall, to start kind of accepting requests and all that kind of stuff. But then like Corey had this idea of like, oh, what if we involve the school to have like a design competition to come up with a sticker design, and I'm like, I thought that would be cool.
That's a great idea.
Look into,
Yeah.
right, to look into it. I looked up, there were some examples from the other town. It's pretty straightforward stickers, nothing much to it. So yeah, that was one thought I guess I didn't mention in my presentation.
Thank you. Jim?
I think you just answered my question, but if we either approve this policy at this meeting or approve it with minor changes at some very soon future meeting, it sounds like you'd be hoping to implement in the fall. The thing that I would like to see fairly early on is that you have, that this email address, the tmg@actonma.gov, actually should exist. Right now, you just get an error trying to send things to it. So I think people seeing the policy might start, trying to be in touch with the TMG. And you might want to at least have put that in there as an address. That was it. I'm looking forward to it. There were some changes that people suggested that would seem to require an actual rewrite, but maybe we can just, approve this with minor changes on a consent calendar in the future if people don't want to approve it tonight.
That's good.
So I'm happy with coming back.
Alyssa?
I just wanted to piggyback on what Dean commented about the budget for the Public Works. I think that this is a really good, almost an hour now conversation about what Public Works employees do for the town and how, responsive they are to the board and to residents' concerns. So it just highlights something that is not so visible, and I think it's really critical. So for all of the people who are watching right now, nota bene.
So are we all in good with approving tonight or bringing it back? Yeah, so we'll approve with minor changes.
I'm fine with that, we would expect it would come back on a consent agenda at a future meeting. If people are uncomfortable with the minor changes, we can pull it off consent and talk about it for another hour, but I think most of the concerns have been, raised, and Chin has made, helpful responses. So I feel like I know where this thing is headed.
Excellent. Is there a motion?
I don't
No
think we need a motion now.
Okay, good. Thank you, Chin. Have a good night.
Thank you.
David?
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if, since the voting on the articles may take a while, if we might want to take, I'm wondering what, people in both the online and in-house audience might be, what agenda items they might be waiting for, if we make them wait another hour before we start those. So, unless someone says they're waiting to have input on the warrant.
So do you want to jump down and save our warrant conversations?
Yeah, maybe just skip it for now, and then go to the others and come back around,
7?
or 7 or 8.
Yep. Great. So is everyone okay with skipping? Okay. So 7 is approve letter of support for Safe Communities Act. Well, you don't have to say anything. I think we discussed it, and we have the letter in our packet. And Dean?
Yeah, I would just like to note that I suspect I know where the rest of the board is going with this, and I will respectfully not vote to approve this. I think it's important that we have the maximum amount of cooperation and collaboration with our federal partners. And I don't think that, I would never have thought that this was a good idea, and I especially don't think this is a good idea now, because there most likely will be blowback on the federal level for, I see this as sort of a sanctuary state light sort of law that's being proposed. And I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
David?
I'm in favor of the Safe Communities Law for a couple of reasons. First is, it's well established in law that the federal government cannot order state employees to do something. That's well established for decades. And so I think that's important to note here. And I think it's especially important in our state where and our community where our values differ with those than the current federal government. And second is that the current federal government is taking actions based on accusations and not proof. And so it's especially important that someone not be accused of something and then be arrested or detained or deported based on that accusation without due process. And these people are not getting due process now. So I think these are extremely important common sense things, and I support them.
Jim?
Except for the section 287G reference, this basically reads as the policy that we already have in place in Acton. So the question is, do we support, having this be statewide? And I think that's a good idea. My initial thought was, well, what if there are towns that, really want to be able to, have their police department be deputized as, members of ICE and support, enforce federal immigration laws. This act, if it passed, would prevent them from doing that. But I still think that this is a worthy question to take to the legislature. That's the right place for it. And, sending our opinion up there is a useful step. And I'm fine with bringing attention to that this is what Acton is doing and that this is what Massachusetts is doing. I think exactly for the reasons that David has stated, is that the current, this new immigration enforcement regime seems rife with overambitious and illegal activities, and to be able to say we don't want to cooperate with that seems like a really important statement. But I'd rather have the whole state do it, because they have a bigger legal budget than we do.
I'd just like to make one clarification, that this law and Acton's current practice does not violate federal law. So of course, we would follow federal law, but having the federal government order state employees to do something it goes against established law.
Alyssa?
So I guess I should have introduced this as I was the one who didn't write it, but I copied and pasted from the Boxborough Select Board's letter of support. So it's entirely appropriate that we're discussing the current administration in DC, but the Safe Communities Act has been filed a number of years. So while it's not, I can't say it's, separate from that issue, it certainly stands on its own. And the Massachusetts Superior Court ruled in 2017 that law enforcement, state and local law enforcement actually doesn't have the authority. They're not authorized to enforce federal criminal immigration law, or even civil immigration law. So, civil immigration law, not criminal. So it doesn't prevent local law enforcement from cooperating when there is a criminal warrant signed by a judge. It just ensures that our law enforcement can do their jobs. I mean, we talked about the trust that's needed in a community of its police department in order for them to do their jobs effectively and keep the community safe. And people don't need to fear reaching out to the police or reaching out to, hospitals and other medical clinics in order to access health care. It keeps everybody safer when everybody can access the resources that they need, and people won't if they are fearful. So thank you, David, for reminding everyone that we are still, we're not changing anything about Acton. We're just sending a letter to the state legislature suggesting our support, expressing our support for the passage of this law at the state level that would keep immigrant communities safe, which keeps all of us safe.
It does, and it does hit us locally too, there are community members that don't feel safe. Jim?
I had a question for Dean. Understanding your point of view, I can see where you would be unhappy with the notion of having your name listed on this letter, because it implies that you support it. And I wondered if we left your name out of it, if your vote would change from no to abstain, or even to yes.
I think my vote would still be no. And in response to your comments about the Supreme Judicial Court decision from 2017, I believe, saying that, prohibiting civil enforcement by local law enforcement So if that's already the decision, I don't understand the point of the letter, especially as was repeated, this has been repeatedly filed under previous federal administrations as well. You know, if it makes people feel good, why, that's fine. I respect your right to feel good about it. But I don't feel good about this, and I will still vote no.
And I was curious if there was anyone, residents' concerns? Or is there anyone online that would like to speak to this?
Madam Chair, there are 11 people online, one with their hand raised.
Okay. We'll take people in the room first, and
Melissa Brown, 399 Unit 1, Great Road. I just want to speak in support of the Safe Communities Act, and I'm glad that the Select Board is taking this under consideration to protect all of our residents. Thank you.
thank you.
Stella Coe, 11 Guswood Road. I appreciate and fully support our Select Board's advocacy for the Safe Communities Act because it promotes public safety, fairness, and trust across all communities in Massachusetts. Thanks.
Thank you.
There's one online,
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
online caller?
Hi, it's Tara up here in West Acton. I agree with all of the statements for sending this letter. I think the more we can use state and municipal law to keep, law and order, I think the better. And I really appreciate the attention to this. And thank you.
Thank you. David?
I just want to say that it is very important that this be in law. It's not just a feel-good thing. The Supreme Judicial Court has made law in Massachusetts for these things. There are other federal decisions that say that the federal government cannot order state employees to do things. But the court support is important, but these things, the legislature in Massachusetts and Congress at the federal level are our lawmaking bodies, and these things need to be enshrined in real law, and which is not at the whim of a particular judge or group of judges.
Melissa?
So I would propose that we either remove Dean's name from the letter or just have your name as the chair on behalf of the Select Board, but it feels more honest to have 4 names there because the Select Board includes Dean. Does that sound?
That having four of our names.
All right, so let's make that edit to remove Dean's name, and then I move to approve the letter of support for the Safe Communities Act.
Second?
All in favor? Oh,
I saw your hand, so I thought maybe you had another comment. Okay.
all in favor?
Aye.
Nays, abstentions?
Nay.
Should we jump to 8 or go back and save the warrant things for last? Oh, thank you. Good night.
I think 8 makes sense, yeah.
What about 6?
Oh, ooh, sorry, I took it out of order like that. Let's go to 8.
Okay.
And then we'll jump back up, I guess. So discuss and approve letter of support for proposed legislation related to permanently allowing remote and hybrid meetings. So,
I'm happy to answer your question.
So I all have the letter in our packet.
Yep.
Yep.
So the news today is that the House had approved a bill that would allow the current regulations to extend to the end of March in 2027. It's moving to the Senate. These are, of course, temporary. They'll go till 2027 unless a bill will be taken up at a later date from the House and the Senate to lift that date and leave it open in perpetuity. So the letter in front of you is to support to the state legislators to permanently remove those restrictions.
David and then Jim.
I think that's still worth doing.
Yeah.
I think this bill allows for also a remote open town meeting. I have a few concerns there because an open town meeting, the logistics can be, for example, can the clerk verify that 2,500 online people are the real voters? So that's a tall order. And I was a little dismayed that this bill would allow that without, I mean, it has some language about what's appropriate, but it doesn't help make it happen. And I don't just mean from funding. It doesn't say the type of verification really that it has some parameters for the verification, but it doesn't really help very much. And if we're going to go to, an open town meeting, I think a lot of work needs to be done, figuring out how to electronically verify that the voter is at the other end of the line. Anyway, I'm happy with the 2-year extension while they figure that out.
Jim?
At least in the media coverage that I read, I haven't read the exact bill, they were just talking about representative town meeting, not open town meeting. Because representative town meetings have been able to be remote since the COVID emergency. So this is just, the 2-year extension is just extending the ability for representative town meetings to continue to be remote or hybrid. But I'm in support of this letter as written. I will say that I think a later discussion might be whether Acton wants to take one step further, which is at least within Acton, when do we want to have these hybrid or remote options be mandatory rather than allowed? I think there are some key committees and boards that have such a large degree of public interest that it should actually be, we should actually have as a policy be that a hybrid participation option by the public that wants to speak in a meeting should be a matter of policy rather than an option of each individual board.
Alyssa?
I'm wondering if we can change the I's to we's since it's coming from the board. And there's also a little highlighted, please share any additional commentary or examples. And I haven't written anything. I could come up with something, but I'm thinking of all of the times that we've heard residents speak about their appreciation for the ability to attend a meeting, even if they don't have access to a vehicle. Am I looking at the right one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
You're smiling at me. I thought maybe I was digging a hole here for myself. Yeah, not being able to drive at night, being able to stay at home and like put the kids to bed, feed the kids. So I think there's been enough of those anecdotal statements of appreciation that we could just have a single sentence about how our resident, it's not just the people who, it is the people who serve on the boards and committees. I'm thinking of the Nursing Services Advisory Committee and the Commission on Disabilities particularly, but also residents who have much more access now that in the last few years that we've had a remote participation option. They've participated more than they ever have been able to in the past. So do you want to write that, or do you want me to write something and send it to you?
We'd be happy to draft something and send it out.
I will absolutely do that.
Thank you.
David?
Oh, yeah, Dean has his hand up
Or
first.
Dean?
Thank you. Yeah, just to supplement what Alyssa has noted, as liaison of the Council on Aging, they do remote meetings during the winter. So you don't have to worry about your members slipping and falling at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think, it's a real benefit for them, for the elderly community, to be able to continue to meet in that fashion. By the same token, as far as making all of these meetings mandatory that they be hybrid or remote, the issue there is I think there's some issues with the ability of all of these boards and committees to be able to conduct their business that way. There's the technology, there's just the comfort level that people have with the technology. So I think there's some limits to it. I'd hate to see it become mandatory. I think there still should be some options for some boards and committees that realize they just don't have the bandwidth to be able to do these things. But I do support the idea of, continuing to allow the option forever.
In perpetuity. David?
That's a long time. So, Alyssa, in addition to the things you mentioned, also sometimes staff lives far away from Acton, and they come to the meetings, and some of them, for a meeting that starts at 7:30, they have to stay pretty late, and then go home after that. With regard to a local option, I think one of us should make it a goal next year if we want to do that, right? We should, if we want to ask all meetings to be hybrid locally, we should consider that as a goal next year. I do want to point out that the legislation referenced does talk about open town meeting. And so maybe that's one of the reasons why they put in this stopgap. Again, I think it needs work before that's done. And finally, since we're making a few edits, should we do the same thing here and put this on consent for a future meeting after the edits?
Yeah.
If we're all agreed, in general agreement, it sounds like we are.
Yeah. Yes. Alyssa?
Tom, do you know the date? Is it also March 31st in 2027? I just want to be able to report back to my boards and committees.
It is.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So should we continue on with DPW or jump up?
Your choice, Madam Chair.
Let's continue. Let's just continue on with them, and then we'll save all of the ballot town meeting info. So update on DPW building projects. Dean?
Yeah, we're still awaiting the return of the reconciled estimates. They'll be coming in shortly. There was a draft report that was sent out to some of us regarding the initial evaluation feasibility study for the geothermal situation down there, and it seemed quite favorable. There is favorable from 2 points of view from the test wells that were drilled. One is, at least at the surface level, there is not a great deal of ledge to worry about. There's boulders and gravel and that sort of thing, glacial outwash deposits. So it doesn't seem like there'll be anything we're going to encounter initially with bringing in the regular utilities, putting in additional footings for the building. So that is good news. The second bit of good news is that down deep there is some good bedrock that can be drilled into, which is beneficial because that's down at about 40 feet. It's beneficial that if we have to drill these wells and they have to go down 3 or 4 or 500 feet, it's a lot better to be able to drill through bedrock and not have to put a casing down in that particular well. So we know that, there'll probably be 50 or 60 feet of casing going in, and then beyond that will actually be in bedrock. And I know there's some analysis going on about, possible water flow through the bedrock and the amount of conductivity of the bedrock, and that will certainly impact the placement of the wells as far as, making sure that they're thermally isolated from one another so that one isn't affecting the other one. So that was a piece of good news from 2 counts. We do have a bit of a roadshow going on as far as going around to various boards and committees to make presentations. Tom and I will be doing one on this Wednesday at the Conservation Commission. And we've got one on April 1st at the Planning Board. And then there'll also be one later on in April that we'll be doing at the Council on Aging. That will be the Tuesday, the 15th in the afternoon to update folks. We did the preliminary presentation a couple of months ago when we still had a lot of things were up in the air, including the estimates. So this will be good follow-up. We got a lot of great comments from the senior community on the project. That's about all I have. We're kind of in a holding pattern right now, unless Tom has anything you'd like to update us with.
No additional updates.
Thank you. Any questions, or Alyssa?
Dean, I'm very happy that you said glacial outwash deposits in a select board meeting. That makes me so happy. On the topic of those geothermal wells and the water moving through the bedrock, I'm wondering if we have any information relative to all the monitoring wells that have been in place monitoring the groundwater for toxins from the unlined capped landfill, and whether there are, maybe Weston and Sampson has done geothermal heating for some other project that's adjacent to a capped landfill, because there's so many in Massachusetts. I'm just wondering, who do we need to bring in to make sure that we're not gonna change pressure and flow to draw things where they shouldn't be drawn?
So, yeah, the engineering department, one other thing that they do, and I will remark on the fact in 1980, when I came to work here, we had a town engineer, 3 engineers, and 1 seasonal. And right now, with their engineering department, we were loading more and more things onto them for studies they have to do. We've got 2 engineers. And obviously, the population and road miles of the town have increased exponentially since 1980. In any case, one of the things the engineering department has done for years is they do monitoring of all of the wells around the outside of the landfill. That information is available. I'm sure it's been shared with Weston and Sampson. So I don't foresee that there's going to be a great impact. And most of those, to my understanding, those monitoring wells are shallow wells. They're also into that glacial outwash. I don't believe that any of them go down into bedrock, but defer to Corey or Chin on that. I don't anticipate that there's going to be an issue with affecting the groundwater flow as a result of these wells being drilled down into the bedrock, because they're not going to be extracting any water. They're just a loop going down, transferring energy. But we've got two energy coaches to my right here that can certainly fact check me on that. And I know that Weston Sampson and their engineers have worked on a number of projects with geothermal wells. And not coincidentally, quite often, capped landfills are very close to highway department buildings. So I deferred to David or Jim about the question about if you would envision any impact of that those geothermal wells might have on water flow.
David?
There are two things about that. First of all, any well in town is under the jurisdiction of the Board of Health. So these wells are odd because they don't extract anything except heat or cold. In the cold in the summer. But still, any wells drilled are under the jurisdiction of the Board of Health, so they have to approve these wells. So if there's any concerns regarding pollutants, I'm sure they'll be faced by the Board of Health. Second, as Dean said, there's no interaction between the fluids in the circulation system. An antifreeze solution is pumped down into the well and pumped back up, and on its way, it picks up heat or cold. So that there is no mixing of that fluid with the water that's in the ground. So that hopefully that answers that question. So thanks.
Yeah, I think that answers my question. I guess I was wondering if we would have to bring in a hydrogeologist to look at water flow. And I think that the monitoring wells we hire a consultant to do the annual testing that is then reported to the DEP. I don't know that the engineers are doing it, but the town manager will tell me if I'm wrong.
I do believe that engineering and DPW is assisted by a third-party monitor agency that oversees all of this to make sure that everything's accurately reported. And yeah, there is quite a bit of interaction between the town and the state on that.
Moving on to discuss recommendations to reach consensus on Acton Leadership Group Plan. David.
So last week, the Finance Committee voted to support the town budget. And so I think that consensus on the general plan for FY26 is most people on ALG, if not all of them, have voiced general support now. The unknown is how the DPW project fits into that in FY27 as to how that affects the consensus, and that's up to you guys. So in my mind, most of the issues are for FY27 and beyond. And the charge that the ALG agrees to at the beginning says that ALG will recommend for the next fiscal year and plan for out years. Mm-hmm. So what the consensus means, you guys will have to interpret yourself. I will say that there was some talk about the 6.33% for the school committee being in all out years, but the the school district has not really said that. They just really have said next year. So I would recommend not changing any out years, just for, that's just my opinion. One of the things that ALG did within the last couple of years is for the out years being equal for both entities. I mean, I am fine, and I think most of us are, because we make exceptions most year, one way or another. We're making an exception this year. That things don't have to be equal on any given year, but the out years we've done equal for the past couple of years. Because there used to be in the ALG model a compounding effect against the town, right? And it used to be, I think, 3.75 assumed for the school district and 3.25 for the town, which over time, that's not a good effect. So choose whatever number, ALG should choose whatever number it thinks for the FY 28, 29, and 30 that it thinks is appropriate, but I recommend that it's the same for the town and the schools, whether it's 3.75% or 4% or whatever you want to put in there, that's fine. Next year, meaning next being FY 27, the school district would like 6.33% in theirs. We could ask the town manager what he thinks for, this year for a level services budget, it was almost 5%, so we could put 5% in there. But whatever you all think.
Dean?
Yeah, I think it is important that, if the statement has been made in the past that, increases should move apace alongside between the town and AB school district. At least the number that they came up with at ALG, it was just a statement of a number with no facts, background, nothing, just more of a warning shot, 6.33%. I think there was also Ms. Campbell suggested that the impact of that would be somewhere around $1,200 per average household, over and above normal tax increase. That seemed particularly high, but I think that's a scary number. The point that I raised at ALG is that, because it seemed like there was some support from members of the Finance Committee to just, let's just write that number in right now, 6.33%. Well, because this was not an expected statement at ALG, the town side did not have an opportunity to react. So I think it's important that we do confer with the town manager. And I think, I'm sure that considering the vast deficits that we've been dealing with in the past as far as our inability to provide services to the town, whether it be DPW or whether it be fire or police or libraries are constantly understaffed. I think it's important that we have a good justifiable number as well, which I think is probably going to be pretty close to 6.33%.
John?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on that comment. The $1,200 figure, that's, and there was a lot going on that morning, so that was one piece that I forgot to address that morning, but just because expense projections go up doesn't mean our revenue is going to go up to match it. So that, I believe, is estimating the revenue that would be needed. Raising revenue over 3% is a decision that's made with a lot of effort and process. So I think projections of what expenses might be don't mean our taxes are going up by that amount. It means that we have to figure out how to afford it. And the ways that we would afford that are if one large group of the budget goes up 6%, either the rest of it has to be cut to make room for it, or we have to look at other revenue options. So it doesn't automatically increase our tax. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And I know it's clear to you all, but just to whoever else is listening out there. And I think that would also lead me to ask at some point during this discussion if there's interest in from the board of us doing some math for future years, which we normally do on a very conceptual level. We don't typically put it into our plan just because of so much happens between now and September, when we typically start looking at that in a more refined way. But I'm seeking direction because at least half of the ALG members there that day and the facilitator asked that we do that. So I'm just looking for some direction on that point.
Yeah, I have a thumbs up to that too. Alyssa, what were you going to say? Numbers together. Yeah.
All right, so I might be in the extreme minority here, but I am absolutely opposed to putting these numbers into the out years. John just mentioned a lot happens over the course of several months, and you know, right now it's conceptual. The out years are conceptual, and you put numbers in the out years, and they are printed in the town meeting warrant and passed out to town meeting members, and then they change, and that, I think, erodes confidence and trust in the voting population. I went back to as far back as the warrants, the ALG plan and the warrants were the same. There was a change around 2016, but every single warrant except 2018, so we're not going to talk about that, had in the out years, and this was before we went out 4 out years. This was 2 out years. You know, there was one from, I think it was 2016, 2017, that was, you know, $2 million deficit the next fiscal year, $4 million deficit the year after that. There was one in the third out year that was $5 million. And these were smaller budgets. So the percentage was even greater. So I don't understand why everybody's in a tizzy over showing deficits in the out years when that's something that is completely typical and normal. Yes, we have to balance the budget the following year. Last year's town meeting warrant showed a deficit for FY26, and guess what? Now we don't have a deficit anymore because we go through this process with the school administration and with the town administration. And I think that the most dangerous part of this plan would be to completely undermine the process that the town is going through. They said on Thursday night that they were sending out an RFP today for a consultant to look at restructuring the district in order to bring costs down because they simply cannot continue to offer services in the way that they are doing right now. So big changes need to be made. And if we bake that 6.33% into that line for the school, like, why don't we just save ourselves the $150,000 that we're going to be spending on a consultant to look at changes? Nobody's going to trust that changes are coming if we bake that into the plan. And I also don't want to ask town staff to spend time doing that. I mean, they've already, the budget process is so much more transparent and involved this year. You know, we don't even have an operating override this year, and yet we still have, 8 or 9 presentations. I don't want staff spending that kind of time on, 2, 3, 4 fiscal years out. I think it's irresponsible, and it's also not going to give us accurate information, I think.
Can I just respond to Alyssa? Thank you for your thoughtful response. And so are you saying what I'm hearing is we shouldn't also move with the 6.33 on the school side? Yeah.
No, I think that I was surprised that finance committee members and school committee members of the ALG and the moderator suggested yeah, let's do that and have the town do it as well. I was at home screaming, no. And it also radically changed the conversation because the Finance Committee meeting that was later that day, I heard Finance Committee members saying, we need an override. We're going to need an override every other year. No, we don't. We don't need to just say, oh, the school is telling us that this is what it's going to cost to provide services to our students. And remember, I work in the schools, so I'm all on board with providing services to students, and the state mandates us. It's our obligation to provide appropriate services to students. But we can change the way that we provide, and the school's about ready to start a process to do that. So I don't think that either entity should do that, and we should stop saying, we can't make any more cuts, and we need an override, and we need this revenue in order to provide services, because I don't think any of those statements are true.
Thank you. Dean, and then Jim.
So I think you're channeling my thoughts. The question that I raised at ALG was, why are you saying 6.33% and saying you're going to do a restructuring study? Why don't you do the restructuring study first and then tell us how much? And the answer to that was, we won't get the study back until December. I don't understand why. I mean, they've been talking about a restructuring study for a number of years. I don't know why they slow-walked it. But I think I would agree with the idea that I think you've raised, is that we, as representatives of the select board, we inform ALG that we would not approve the inclusion of that 6.33% in the out year. Failing that, I'd go back to my original assumption, is that, we should march in lockstep and look for the same level of increase. So it's one or the other. But yeah, I think it was a premature shot across the bow that they did, telling us we need 6.33%. But I think, as Fran and I, as representatives of ALG, would certainly value the input from the select board on what our position should be.
Jim.
Just to pile on, yeah, I think that having a more normal planning number like we've done in previous years is the appropriate way to go for the out years. As David said, whether it's 3.5 or 4, some number that's the same for the school and the town, and then we get into it next year when we have more data about, what adjustments to make. I agree, baking it in this early is entirely inappropriate.
David.
So several things. I completely agree with Alyssa, with everybody else, I guess, that for the fiscal years beyond 27, the ones that are in the plan now are 28, 29, and 30, we should go with what we've done in the past, which is a number like 3.75% increase across both entities. I can see the argument for going 1 year out and changing those, but if everybody else doesn't, fine, and so I'm not suggesting that we do it for the rest of the model, but if the school district is telling us that FY 27 is going to need to be 6.33%, and that's the best number we have, I think we should put that in there just for reference. But again, if the rest of the board is not up for that's fine. With regard to John's question, I don't think we should do any numerical study beyond FY 27, but for FY 27, I think we should match what the school district is doing, just so we can have comparable numbers. So they just mentioned 6.33% without any documentation at the meeting, but they've run through their budget. By the way, the 6.33 comes from the fact that they've done their operating budget, kind of operating budget preview internally, and that costs a 5.25% increase. And when mapped to Acton's assessment, it's 6.33%, just so everybody knows, right? And it's more for Boxborough. And it's really complicated how that works. It's algebra how that works. I mean, it's understandable, but it's algebra. So I just want to say that if, I'm happy to go with either way, but I can see the argument for putting in realistic numbers 1 year beyond where we are, right? 1 year beyond the plan is what I mean by where we are. But I'm respectful of, whatever the opinion of the whole board. And I also just want to say that there have been 2 cost containment initiatives in the school system. The title of the last one is escaping me right at the moment. It was a cost containment initiative mainly focused on the elementary schools. And one of the hopeful things there was that if we dropped open enrollment, it might save us some money. And it turns out that that doesn't save any money. And so that effort was not fruitful. And just so everybody knows, the reason it doesn't save any money is, yes, many streets have more than one bus go down their street because they're going to, some students on the street are going to Conant and some are going to Blanchard or, Gates or something. But for a regional school district, the buses are subsidized, and so that is not a big effect. And it turns out a much bigger cost driver is to be able to have even-sized sections across the schools. It gives us huge flexibility in not having to add sections at one school, right? If parents select one school for their kids, but that school's sections are full, the school district goes with their second preference. And so that allows us to balance the sections so all the teachers have roughly the same size classes, and we're not forced to add a new section in one of the schools. That turns to be a huge cost savings. The next restructuring thing is more involved. It's kind of changing it also may get rid of open enrollment, but in a different way. I'm frankly more hopeful for this this coming initiative that the school district will save some money. It's not going to be huge in terms of percentage, but it doesn't need to be huge in terms of percentage to be millions of dollars, right? And so because the school district's budget is 116 million, so if it's just 1%, that's 1.6 million. And a couple of years from now, that's going to be more than 1.6 million, right? So I'm more hopeful that this initiative, and I think we need to let the process play out there, and that there are going to be community impacts, and I'm sympathetic that they may not be able to run all those through in 1 year, right? If they get the answer from the consultant in December, the school committee has to figure it out, right? And then they're already into their budget season, right? And undoubtedly, they'll need to prep some things if the restructuring shows that they should do things, but I don't think that they could be done by FY '27. So I just put that in there. And so you guys at ALG can use your judgment as to whether no changes in outliers or just changes for FY '27.
Thank you for the input. Mhm. Thank you. Alyssa.
So David's outlined a third option. So I was saying, don't change any of the numbers in the out years. And Dean suggested a second option would be to change the numbers, but if we're going to change them for one entity, the school, we need to do the same for the town. David's saying, just change for FY '27 and not the rest. And that does sound reasonable, but it does not address the main concern I have, which is undermining the entire process and the confidence I can't, if I had $1 for every time I heard someone say the operating override passed last year by a razor-thin margin, or just barely, or 41 votes, everybody keeps talking about that. So that does speak to the voters in town not feeling that that increase was necessary, no matter how solid a case the school district laid out. And I was on board with it, and I was on board with the case that they laid out. I think it made a lot of sense. But because of that confidence and trust issue, I think that that's the wrong path to take, is to say, well, we already know right now that we're going to need more of an increase. And obviously, you can do that without passing another operating override for FY '27, but it would involve really drastic cuts to town services. And I think that that's where a lot of the opposition came from to the operating override, was people who didn't have kids in the schools.
I think we have, David.
Just one quick thing I thought of, just to throw another piece of information out. I think the understanding is that Boxborough is almost certainly going to need an override in FY '27 regardless. That's my understanding. I'm not the source of the information, right, obviously, but I just wanted to let folks know.
Thank you. We have enough information to go back to ALG. John?
This has been helpful to hear the different comments, but I don't know that I have specific direction on what I should do the ALG plan in terms of for FY '27.
So I think I heard that possibly coming up with a number for '27 and just going with I want to say arbitrary, but something in the threes for the outlying years. But should we even do that for '27? David?
To help the process here, I think that I think you should not produce numbers for beyond FY '27, kind of for the reasons that Dean and Alyssa and others have mentioned. But I think for FY '27, we should provide an equivalent level of documentation to what the school district is producing, right? So if they document their 5.25%, which is a 6.33% assessment increase for Acton, saying that it's, X, Y, Z, the major budget drivers, I think we should list our major budget drivers in the same way, and document ours. I think that's quite important. Otherwise, we're left with the information on only one side, which doesn't allow the process to go forward. So.
I think there's a distinction between what gets written in the spreadsheet for the ALG plan and what information is presented to the ALG. So I'm entirely, if the rest of the board wants the staff to develop some rough numbers and drivers, I'm fine with that. I still don't think they belong actually in the spreadsheet. I think it should be, information that's available. There's going to be a write-up about the ALG plan, and I'm comfortable with it, including the information that, oh, by the way, the schools think that, based on their current planning, they're going to need this % more, and the town has this rough sense that they might need this % more. But I don't think that goes in the spreadsheet, because it sets an expectation. It sets the process in the wrong order.
Just for fiscal year '27?
Yeah, I think it doesn't belong. I don't think it belongs in the spreadsheet for '27 or '28 or '29. But I think it's fine to have that information available.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm really uncomfortable with changing the numbers for the out years, even including FY '27. I understand where you're coming from, David, but I think that the other part of the reason for my opposition to this is too critical.
David?
I'm completely on board with that, with, along with the other members. But kind of to Jim's point, if just as information to ALG, if the school district is documenting how it got to 5.25%, because of major budget drives, right? They know that the, health insurance is going up again by 15%, and the union contracts are so much, and the retirement system is so much, and then we have these projects on slate for next year that we should document that in an equivalent way, just in a general way, to so many millions of dollars worth of capital projects, so many millions of dollars worth of healthcare increases, whatever it is.
Alyssa, and then Dean.
And this would be a great time for everybody in Acton to advocate for universal health care on Beacon Hill.
Dean?
Yeah, I appreciate the idea of having these numbers available, not putting them in the plan, and I hope that gives the town manager sufficient idea as to where the majority of the board's going with that. Yeah, it's time to do some blue sky thinking.
Does that help, John?
Yeah, it's helpful. I think the interesting timing and challenge that's before all of us is that, our cost drivers have been driving us for the last 5 years, or however long I've been here, six years. Our health insurance has always been going up multiples of 3%, never 3%. It's always been 8%. This year was 15. Next year in 27, one of the main reasons the school district is projecting a large increase is because of health insurance going up potentially 15%. So that cost driver is present for us as well. Our pension assessment is going to go up 6+% next year. So if you take those two numbers, just those two numbers, health insurance and pension, that's probably over $1 million of an increase needed just to fund those two items. And if you take our budget, and I think we're currently in the model for 3.75. That's somewhere like $1.5 million. I don't have it in front of me, but so most of the increase that we're budgeting currently in the ALG plan is going to be consumed by those cost drivers. But that's not new. I mean, that's what we've been dealing with that every year. And so I think it's important to reach a consensus. It's not just a tradition, it's an important way to communicate to the public that the boards are all into this together, even though we have competing interests, we're all in it together, and we'll have some hard conversations and hard meetings, but in the end, we're gonna go to town meeting with the same goals in mind, which is providing services to the community that meet our residents' expectations. So with that in mind, I'm concerned that saying that we don't want to put it in the plan, and then having one of the entities, or potentially two of the other entities in the ALG plan saying that they do want to put it in the plan, is going to be a cause for the select board members to be the ones not moving towards consensus in the out years. That's just the operating budget. We all know that there's another item on the docket, which is the DPW debt exclusion, which is different than an operating budget because it's a one-time expense. And if we know what it might be, it makes financial sense to put it in a future model, which is what we've done. But I know that the finance committee members have said in the past that, at least the chair has said that they're not interested in having that in the plan, and they wouldn't consider a consensus with that in there. So there's a lot of moving parts in terms of how to get the ALG, because if you look on page 9 or whatever of this draft warrant, there's a page for the ALG model. And in the past, it's just been the ALG plan with the yellow highlighted column showing the consensus plan or the consensus budget, and in the out years, having as much information as we felt comfortable putting in there. So I just wanted, based on what I've heard, I will be able to prepare, identify what it would look like in 26, rather 27. Just looking at those cost drivers and multiplying, it's going to be more than 3.75%. I mean, it will be. But in years past, when that happened, we just cut the capital program way down to be able to afford to run town services the following year. And that's a decision that every year a new select board is elected, and every year they provide direction to us as we prepare a budget to bring to town meeting. So that's a process that is also going on that I'm mindful of. So we can certainly put in 5% next year and say that's what we think it'll cost. But I know that we can reduce that if we need to.
And the 5% for 27. Yep.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the calendar. We've got another select board meeting on April 7th. Then we got ALG the next morning. I think if the town manager can come up with these generalized cost drivers so you can kind of figure out where we might be, I think it would be important to be able to discuss this, put it on the agenda for our next meeting, and then we can kind of confirm which way we want to go with it. We don't have to really incorporate a whole lot. We'll know what John has come forward with, and then we'll be well armed for the meeting the next morning.
Thank you. Alyssa.
Well armed. I don't want to drag this on longer than we need to, given that we're going to have another meeting before the next ALG meeting. But I think that what I heard John just say about what's in the warrant, which is the table, we're at consensus for the yellow highlighted FY26, and here are the out years. There could be, I don't know if formatting will fit it in here, but notes about the out years. A note that the Finance Committee maybe is not supportive of the inclusion of the DPW debt in the out years. And the Select Board is not in favor of, if this number for the 6.33 gets in there for the out years. So just like a little text narrative about it. So we've reached consensus for FY26, and here's some notes to explain to voters what's going on with the out year. So they understand that the figures that they're looking at are not definite. And I heard Bart say at the previous ALG meeting that it's important to get the most responsible figures into the out years, because they're not exact. It's conceptual.
I think that's good, and it'll be on our next agenda. Yeah. So moving on to 11, discuss fiscal year 2026 budget recommendations.
This is, the board approved the recommended budget that we had presented at the February 24th meeting. That budget has been transmitted to the Finance Committee as of the first week of March. The Finance Committee has been discussing it. I don't believe they've held their budget hearing that they normally do, but they did seem to have sort of a show of support for it at the most recent meeting. So that was a positive sign. So I think that this article is just here this agenda item is just here to see if there's any additional discussion that you want to have. Otherwise, the number that's been presented already would be what we put in Article 4 as the budget.
Are we? Yeah, we're good. So 12, approve proposed Title VI program that is required for federal transportation funding.
So this is a pretty complex document. I hope you've had a chance to review it. A lot of it is required by several different federal regulations that we need to follow because we're on a public transportation program. And every year or every couple of years, our public transportation program subject to an audit because we get federal funding. And in the most recent audit, one of the recommendations, or I guess you could say requirements from the process was that the town adopt this type of document. And it's something the select board have to approve and it has to be revisited every 3 years. So there's a lot in there, but in the end, it's just a document that says we provide access to public transportation in a fair and equitable manner. And there's a lot of other stuff in there too. But if there's anything in particular you have questions about, we can do our best to answer them. There's also a memo in the packet from Laura Ducharme, who's running our transportation program, that provides a little context as well. She included a motion as well.
Is there a deadline for this? Is there some sort of deadline?
No, I think it's something that we've been working on for
Yeah.
a few weeks or maybe months, and we're hoping to get it approved tonight, but if there's any issues, we can look at the next meeting if needed.
Thank you. Are there any questions or, Dean?
Yeah, I've reviewed the document, and I don't see any problems with it. It's the sort of similar thing that I see with, I participate in programs from Department of Agriculture, and they have to have a similar sort of statement. So I think it's fine. The one thing I would note, and it's not directly related, but it's important that we provide this equitable transportation to those specific groups that have been outlined in the policy. I think it's also important that we not neglect other populations which are impacted by our transportation. Specifically, last year at town meeting, we provided transportation for people to get to and from town meeting. And the problem was that when they brought the bus in, they blocked the handicap ramp. So those people that wanted to use their own transportation with their own wheelchairs could not access their own vehicles because the bus was there. And the town employee that oversaw that debacle is no longer with us, employed by the town, I should say. But I think it's really important to make sure that in future years, we make sure that members of the disabled community are accommodated as well, and that they not be sacrificed because somebody has a particular agenda that they're attempting to pursue, and make sure they got nice selfies that they can take. Thank you.
I move that the Select Board approve the Title VI program enclosed in the meeting packet. This approval will allow the town of Acton to continue receiving federal transportation funding and remain in compliance with federal civil rights requirements.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays, abstentions, unanimous? So 13, discuss town manager review process.
In the packet, I believe there's a document outlining the process for this year. And as part of the process, we discuss it in public before it happens. So here we are.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember what we did in years past, and I just remember it being filled out individually and sent to Marianne, or, yeah, So, Jim.
The one open question that Marianne might go over with you is what person actually takes the individual reviews and creates a single document? In the past, sometimes that's been Marianne, and sometimes it's been the chair. So that's a minor matter that you can settle with her. And then because that assembled document, which has, sort of identifying information about us removed, is the thing that becomes public. So how it's written is important. What else? It's new as of, was it 2 years ago or 1 year ago that you started giving us your self-review, a copy of your self-review? That was a great improvement, I thought, and I'm glad to see that continuing this year. To get your written perspective on, how things have gone, I think is really helpful. Yeah, Marianne prepared a very detailed, a list of steps with dates and reviewed it with me very carefully, and I made tiny adjustments. You can do that again with her.
Thank you. Dean?
I think every year there's been discussion about, getting input from town employees and from the citizens, residents, positive or negative about the town manager, and there's not a formalized process to do that. And I can't imagine how we would actually do that anyway. The town manager does, after all, report to the five of us. But I think, I would make the observation that if folks from any community have anything they'd like to say, they should reach out to the select board members. I would say in the next week, to give us sufficient time to put that together, and certainly those comments will be given due weight to by whichever member or all of us on the select board that you address them to.
I think that if the member of the public or staff does have feedback, I think it's actually more appropriate that they select one of us to talk to. And then we can have a phone call with them or whatever is appropriate. So there's people in the public or staff, they can just contact whichever one of us you're most comfortable with.
Alyssa?
I've seen several references to the review period. Can I just have some dates for that? Is this the fiscal year or?
Yeah, the procedure lays out the review period as March 1st of 24 to February 28th of 25. And the rest of the steps are in there as well, in terms of when they would be submitted to the reviewer, which in this case is Marianne.
Yes, I saw that. I just didn't see the review dates. Thank you.
David?
It's usually, we try to complete it before town meeting when the board potentially changes.
I understand the deadline to get it to Marianne. I just didn't know what the review period was.
Oh, I understand.
So March 2024 to February 2025.
Moving on. Discuss use of town seal.
I was hoping this would be at the end of the meeting. This is something that was raised last meeting based on a keen observation of one board member. And I think since you're the policymakers and I take direction from you, I'm seeking that direction right now. We have a town seal that's been in existence for 100+ years. Within the last 20 or so, we started using one that's more modern looking. And I think it's a fine logo. It's very noticeable. But this year, it really started to become apparent that it's not an accurate depiction of the monument. And that's, since it's the central piece of the logo, I found that to be a little bit discomforting, but I could easily get over it if you told me to. So I'm asking you tonight whether you want me to get over it or not, or if you'd like to. What I've done, or what we've done, is use the seal from the 1890s, just as a kind of a retro throwback thing. And we can go back to the more modern seal if you'd like us to. Thank you.
Dean?
I'm a traditionalist, and I love the new seal you've got, or the new old seal. I think there was, looking back at the seal that has been most recently done, I think people in IT tried to find something very simplified that could be reproduced easily, but I really like that 1890s seal. And most appropriate, we're in sort of an anniversary year here.
Yeah, one thing that was very compelling for me was the lack of evidence that the board ever voted to change the seal. So I think the seal is the old seal, and I'm totally comfortable with using it in printed reports for the foreseeable future until such time as we want to actually have a vote on some new seal that has all the right qualities that we want. At the same time, and maybe this doesn't need to be said, but I'll just say it out loud just in case, let's not go around and repaint, trucks and signs and, the stuff that's out there already that's expensive to change. I'm fine with the modern logo as it is. At some point, if we want to have an official new logo, we're going to have to wrestle with, what's easy to reproduce, what shows up well on a sign, what shows up well on a truck, and what's, all those complicated questions. And I'm happy to put that off for at least a year, if not more.
I agree with Jim. I think this is a great seal for printed material. However, if we're going to go beyond that, I think for use outside, the monochrome seal is not going to be eye-catching enough myself. That's just my gut. And so if we got to a point where we needed to make more or replace seals on vehicles, signs, or whatever, I think we should take a step back and talk about a color version of the seal or something. I don't know what we would decide, but I think that the monochrome seal is not going to be eye-catching enough outside for people driving by. Never mind all the little teeny seals on every street sign in town. So.
Oh, okay. John, do you have something?
And to the question of the interpretive, or whatever you call it, signage that the 250 committee is working on for the Davis Monument and for some other historic things that they're trying to celebrate, they asked for the town seal to put on there. Which one do you want on that? That hasn't been created yet, and it's going to be there for a long time.
This is a test.
Yeah. Where it's not been created yet, I think certainly the old 1890s seal, I think, would go very well on those. And I think there's ways they can do it. I certainly acknowledge that, at some point, we're going to have to come up with a colored version for the cruisers and trucks and what have you. But I think this particular one would be fine for those 250 products.
Are you, Alyssa?
I'll go a step further and say you cannot put the modern one on a sign that's right next to the monument because it needs to look like the monument.
We'll take the caller, online caller.
Could we see what the seals are that you're speaking of look like?
Can you, I
We're
think
going to
it's,
bring it up on the
Yeah,
screen right now.
thanks.
Thanks for
Thank
that.
you.
It is in the packet too, though.
yeah.
The new/old one.
I'm in with the old one.
Yeah.
And this is a photocopy from an
Yeah.
1890s report. It can be improved
Tweaked.
to
Yeah.
make it look a little sharper.
It just is such a better depiction, and it looks like Acton Center, not the Rocky Mountains.
So I just want to say, in response to that last comment, I actually checked in with a graphic designer about cleaning it up, and I was told very firmly that that is not a good idea. It's fine just like this. So I think that if we're thinking about, because my question was, can we clean this up so it doesn't look like a copy of a copy? It looks a little sharper, and no uncertain terms. You do not need to do that.
So are we, Jim?
Since I raised this at the last meeting, I wanted to appreciate you and thank you, make sure that you knew that this wasn't a criticism, that, you took some leadership on, creating a more, an accurate seal by actually looking at the past and finding out what our seal was. So I thank you for that.
So now jumping back up to 4, review, warrant, and vote on recommendations for the articles for the May 2025 annual town meeting.
So the warrant has grown since you last saw it, even a little bit since it was put in the packet on Friday. But this is almost as good as it gets for the time being. I think there are several articles that you probably shouldn't take a position on, but there are a few that you could, if you'd like to. How do you want to address this portion of the meeting? Do you want me to go through what's been added, or do you want to just go through from one and work our way down?
I thought we'd just go through one,
Okay.
yeah, if you don't, yeah.
Do you want me to do it?
Or I can just read them, or,
Sure.
yeah. David?
So in some years, we've taken the ones on consent as one recommendation vote,
Yeah.
which saves
Yes, a
half
lot
the
of time.
time. But they're not marked, as Jim pointed out, as to whether they're in consent or not.
That's correct, yeah, I think that's something that the board could decide, which ones to be on
Yeah.
consent. So
Yeah.
it's always variable, there's some that are always on consent, but there's always a few that we add or take off depending on the year. And I just hadn't gone through and done that yet, as we're still building out the warrant.
So why don't I just go through them, starting from the beginning? I don't think it's going to take very long. And if anyone needs to explain anything along the way, we can do that. So starting with Article 1, choose town officers. It's usually consent. Yep, Jim?
My memory is that we are not going to be putting the actual names in the warrant, but that they go in the motions. Is that true? I'm thinking about all the different ways we've dealt with the West Acton Citizens Library trustees before. And if we're going to just wait to see who wants to be a trustee or can be, encouraged to be a trustee, and that goes in the motion, then I'm totally fine with approving this the way it is.
So this year, one other change, there's some subtle changes in addition to some less subtle changes to the warrant this year. But one of them is that the motions are all going to be held on a separate document called the motions document. And so for Article 1, there are names in the motions document. which don't appear here. As of right this very moment, we don't have a name for the West Acton Citizens Library one. All the other ones do have names, so there is typically a process for that to happen, and it hasn't happened yet.
Alyssa?
Is this something that we usually recommend or don't take a position on? Because I'm feeling not comfortable taking any sort of position, not seeing the names of any of these officers.
Jim?
We could choose to defer and make an
Mhm.
actual
Yeah.
recommendation on the night of town meeting.
Yep.
Or the next meeting.
Alyssa?
I guess, since it's always a possibility that nominations can come from town meeting floor, I
Yeah.
don't know that the select board should weigh in. Which is why I asked the question, is it a typical recommendation? Or is it typically deferred? I'm asking for history here.
I know, but I'm dim.
History, Article 1 in the past, before the recent excitement in the Citizens Library, has been a consent article.
Yeah, it's usually on consent.
But maybe that's no longer appropriate.
Article 2, receive and accept reports. And this is usually a consent item as well, so.
So if a board member wanted to add a recommendation, a board member could say, move to recommend Article 2,
Yeah.
for example.
I move to recommend Article 2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There are no transfers for Article 3 currently anticipated.
Okay. Article 4.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
The motion there, this could be under consent, but the motion would be to take no action.
Correct.
Yeah. Article 4, appropriations for municipal operating budget.
So as discussed earlier, the number, there's currently a blank space, but the number that we would put in there would be $40,810,464. And that's based on the budget that was transmitted to the Finance Committee. In the article, you'll notice the reference to two quantums of vote. And if you remember last year, we had to take into two motions because the first motion is appropriating from OPEB, which requires 2/3. And the second motion is approving the budget, which is just a majority. And so that's the details on this article.
I move to approve both motions based on the numbers transmitted to the Finance Committee.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Did I see a note from you about OPEB? An email?
Yes.
Can you remind me what that was?
Yeah, so Article 11 was a placeholder for something to do with OPEB. Sorry, Article 12. And that is that we're recommending that the town adopt some changes in legislation that happened with the Municipal Modernization Act, which clarify how OPEB trusts operate. So that wouldn't change what we're doing in Article 4. It would just make it cleaner going forward.
So moving on to Article 5, appropriations for town capital equipment and projects.
I move to recommend the numbers in the warrant.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
And I just wanted to note, I sent an email about it, but A1 and A2 in the table are different from A1 and A2 in the summary. So it's flipped, flip-flopped. So A1 is Public Safety Facility, A2 is Acton Memorial Library, and then in the summary, Acton Memorial Library is described in A1. And John, I
Thank you.
also had some language updates to the summary for the library that I outlined in the email.
Thank you. Yeah, I think so. The summary has a couple updates that are needed as noted. And we will make those.
Article 6, authorize borrowing for town capital equipment and projects.
I move to recommend the numbers in the warrant.
Second?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Article 7, authorize borrowing for construction of a new public works facility at 14 Forest Road.
I move that we approve this pending receipt of the finalized estimate.
Recommend this pending receipt of the finalized estimate. Second.
Since we don't have a good number right now, or as good a number as we hope for.
Might have it before our next meeting.
Should we just hold off then?
Jim?
The words of the article don't have a specific number. The specific number will presumably be in the motion.
Good point.
I'd be fine with approving this with a yes vote now and then, yeah. Because are we also approving the motions as we approve these things as we go along?
So the purpose of this work tonight is to get any input on the articles that the board, or any discussion the board wants to have, and then to have a recommendation put at the bottom of each article for what the board recommends for it. So if knowing more about the specific motion would help the board make that decision, we can do as much to provide that right now. But the motion document is not as far along as the warrant document.
I'll withdraw my motion. And I think we can kind of favor Jim's motion.
I would then move to recommend this article.
Second.
Second, but.
I just want to table, Alyssa had something to say first, too.
So I have a question about the motion document. Will that be handed out at town meeting to attendees, or will that be attached to this document? Printed as part of, or an insert, or?
Yeah, so in the past town meetings, it was handed out to people as they walk in the door. This year, we're going to have it available earlier than that and online earlier than that. And my goal is to have it for your April 7th meeting. I think we could do that for 99% of the articles, so. But it will not be sent out to every mailing address like the warrant typically is.
But you're still suggesting only having the dollar amount for Article 7 in the motion and not in Article 7? Because I think that's going to trip up voters. I think in the past, the debt exclusion amounts have been in the article, at least in the summary, not in a separate document, and I think that there is an expectation that it be there. So people don't think we're trying to hide it, I guess.
Did you have something to say? No.
No, I will say that we haven't put our motions out with all printed material. I know we're moving to online, but we did not put the motions out early, but I'm wondering, based on what Alyssa said, if we have done that for debt exclusions, that's possible. I don't remember.
I think putting the number in the warrant is appropriate. If we know it, we just don't know it right now. but I think we will before it's published. So I think that's something that, it would go in the summary. It wouldn't go in the article itself, but it could, and I think we did that with the fire station a few years ago. Once we had the number, we put it in there. And we could put an estimate now, or,
If it's in the summary and not in the article language, I'm comfortable voting. But if it's going to be included in the article language, I'd like to wait to vote until the number is there. But if it's going in the summary and the motion, we can vote on that. I just gave you permission. I'm okay voting on that.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Article 8, Acton Boxborough Regional School District Assessment.
for 8 and 9, I need to get this specifically from the business offices. I know they've published things before, but I'd like them to write it to us
Okay.
before we
So we can take that up next.
fill in those blanks. You can certainly
Yeah.
vote to recommend before those blanks
Yeah.
are filled. I'm just letting you know what our process is.
Thank you. Alyssa?
So I know that abstain means that I'm going along with the entire board. That's
The majority of the vote.
That's still voting, yes? So I will recuse myself from Article 8.
So Acton Boxborough Regional School District Assessment.
I move to recommend this article based on the numbers in the ALG plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
And one recusal. Article 9, Minuteman Regional School District Assessment.
No, we just did.
Sorry, I'm going down the list.
So I move to approve Article 9 with the amount in the ALG plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Article 10, Appropriate Community Preservation Funds.
This, the committee met last week, and, well, we don't have it, we will have it by the end of this week in form for you to consider. I don't know if you have any further updates.
Yeah, the committee did come up with a recommendation, consensus agreement. Got all the numbers in there, just hasn't been transmitted yet, but we are going to be meeting again in a week, just to finalize some of the wording, but the committee has taken a final vote on it. So we'll have all those numbers for you.
Thank you. Article 11, Home Rule Petition, Acton Memorial Library.
So the proposed legislation is not currently ready. I just wanted to give the board an update on the plan that you had asked us in December to bring back to you of the steps that need to be taken in order to implement the recommendation that we brought to you from the Governance Advisory Committee. So the first step is to amend the special act, which is what this article is doing. The definite known change that will be made is to, so the special act refers to the Acton Memorial Library, and it was passed by the legislature in 1890, and it specifies 9 trustees. So it will be increasing the number of trustees from 9 to 12. So town council has started a draft, but she's waiting for further direction to finish that up. The second step will be to, or maybe it happens first because it's in the order on the warrant, continue electing the AML trustees, 3 AML trustees at the ballot, and 3 Citizens Library trustees at town meeting, staggered terms. So 1 trustee at each annual election. And then the remaining 6 Memorial Library trustees are corporate trustees, so they're appointed by the corporate trustees. The third step that needs to be taken is to amend the Acton Memorial Library trustee bylaws, and that's something that the trustees will do. And the trustee feedback, the joint meeting happened a few days after our Governance Advisory Committee meeting. Nope, sorry, the other way around. So the trustee feedback from that joint meeting seems to be that, as town council recommended, to maintain as much distinction between the 2 boards as possible, that in addition to the method of either election or appointment, that it be financial. So specifying that the Citizens Library trustees will vote and be the only trustees that will vote on Citizens Library gift fund expenditures. And similarly, there are several trust funds for the Memorial Library. So the Memorial Library trustees, the ones that are corporate or elected at the ballot, will vote on those trust fund expenditures. And there are a lot of other votes that they take that impact both libraries, like the strategic plan, policies, and then there may be a potential town charter amendment just to remove the word appropriate from section K, which is the appointing authority. Because right now it says the town manager or the appropriate library board, and now there will be just 1 board. So that's not, really a big change that must be made, but it could be. I did connect with Senator Eldridge about the home rule petition, and it will take a while because it will be taken up at the end of the legislative session, so the end of 2026. One thing that I'd love to have your input on, and then bring it back to the Governance Advisory Committee, is whether or not to go beyond changing the number of the trustees from 9 to 12 and having some other suggestions that came up in the discussion were to change the name of the trustees to Acton Libraries trustees. So that would be something that we would want to formally vote on. Because it's my sense that there's agreement, but I think that there does need to be a formal vote.
I would just say for that should be on the agenda. And people should know that we're voting on that. So we shouldn't vote on that tonight.
Okay.
You could make an exception, right? Because if you wish, I would just, it's really up to you as to whether we take it up.
Who's you here? Okay, I thought so.
What would you like to do?
I guess we will need to put it on the agenda, but I was hoping to have a Governance Advisory Committee meeting next Tuesday. And our next select board meeting is not
I
for
was
like
talking-
3 weeks.
Should we vote on that tonight, or?
You can do that if you could not have reasonably anticipated that it come up. So
Just to make sure we meet our dates.
the other thing is you could just get a sense of the board. And
I wasn't really looking for the board to vote, but just to provide some feedback, because that came up in conversation and it wasn't outlined in the legal memo from town council. So what came up in the conversation was not only identifying the gift fund expenditures being the purview of the Citizens Library trustees, who are elected at town meeting, but also specify that the trust funds are to be voted on by just the 9 trustees that are either corporate or elected at the ballot. So we had been operating under the understanding that all the trustees would be Memorial Library trustees, according to town council's communication to us during one of our meetings. And it came up, well, if we're going to have authority over the gift fund, the Citizens Library Gift Fund, be with just these 3 trustees, then we should do the same thing. So, have that financial distinction made for both boards. And then someone suggested that because we're moving to, well, we're already operating as, but moving to formalize having 2 libraries as a single library system, the Acton libraries, that would just, it wouldn't be able to just happen. That needs to be included in the special act amendment. So if that sounds good to you, then I'll have a formal vote with the Governance Advisory Committee.
Yeah, David?
Both of those sound good to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
That meant to be a thumbs up, but.
Thank you.
Is Article 12?
Article 12 is
Yeah.
something that, it's an
Yeah.
it's an OPEB.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
It's something I would anticipate the board wanting to put on the consent agenda.
yeah.
And it'll be ready for your review at the next meeting.
So did we vote to, we're going to bring back Article 11? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you, Don. Article 13, authorize real property disposition, 13 School Street. I think that, I am hoping the board would recommend this, opening up the properties for a possible rededication, lease or sale. If anyone has any comments. David?
We will not have chosen a particular proposal by town meeting, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I would move to recommend Article 13.
Second.
Jim?
You've highlighted the deed reference? Is that because you're not sure of it, or?
Yeah, we're just double checking the title before we finish the warrant. And I guess I would also add that there's more context we could provide in the summary about the RFP that was issued, because that speaks to what the board is looking to do with it, rather than just saying, like right now, this just says it's a parking lot. I mean, we could say more than that, based on what the RFP says, if you'd like.
I think that would be good.
Yeah. My question's been satisfactorily answered. Thank you.
Did we vote to recommend that? No. Oh, call for the, I'm sorry. Do I hear a motion?
No, the motion's been made and seconded.
Oh, okay, sorry. All in favor?
Yes.
Sorry, I had a. Article 14, authorize collective bargaining agreement with fire department personnel.
So this is one of 3 collective bargaining agreements that are Articles 14, 15, and 16. The 3 units their contract expires June 30th, only one of them we have an agreement with, and the other 2 we're actively negotiating with. So talking much about the first isn't recommended until we get further along. I would say that Article 14 is the firefighters. That's the one that has been completed. And I think I have shared some of the details in executive session correspondence with the board about what that is. And I hope to do the same for the 2 police contracts if we can get those settled in the next month. So 14's ready. but I'm not ready to talk a lot about it, so I'll leave that to you, how you want to handle it.
It always happens at the 11th hour. Does.
I think we should revisit these three on April 7th.
Okay. So moving on to Article 15, authorized collective, is everyone okay with that, revisiting this? Yep.
So moving to
Article 15.
17.
Oh, sorry. Authorize revolving fund budgets.
I move to recommend the numbers in the warrant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commuter, Article 18, commuter lot and station maintenance.
Should we wait for a number? Well, there's no number in the,
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. I have the number, I just didn't put it in here. We can get that next time.
I'm now being cognitive of the time. I don't want
thought
our
it was
staff to get home
9.
so late.
Are the enterprise budgets usually on consent? Okay, so can we do the consent articles as one single recommend motion? If we have enough information?
So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29 are all typically on consent,
Nice,
and they have information in them.
nice.
so at first, I would like to move to recommend Articles 19 through 23 inclusive with the numbers that are in the warrant.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Moving to Article 30, amend zoning bylaw, oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't do 24, the other ones, because those that I did had numbers.
Okay.
We could also just do the 24 through 29. I move to recommend Articles 24 to 29.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Article 30, amend zoning bylaw accessory dwelling units.
So there's a public hearing for this week, and there's already been some thoughts about some minor changes to it. This one and Article 31 will have a better, or not a better, but we'll have a more complete article for you to review at your next meeting. And if I encourage you to check out the public hearing to see what folks are saying about it. Something I wanted to note, though, is that these are shown as 2/3 majority votes. They actually are going to only need a majority vote because of the way that the zoning laws changed as it relates to housing bylaws. So but we'll confirm that and update that accordingly when you next see the warrant.
So is that hearing tomorrow?
Yes.
At what time?
Yes.
7:30?
7:30, I think.
Okay.
Question?
Jim?
John, Article 31 being a majority vote, could you just could you double check that fits under the definition of how zoning quantums have changed? I'm not confident that it fits, but I'm not familiar with the details.
Yeah, we'll confirm before we update it, absolutely.
Thanks.
32, adopt new general bylaw leaf blower control. David?
Madam Chair, do you want me to go over the changes quickly? So the text was included in the packet. I made one small update after that. I sent it a second thing, but I don't think it made it to the packet. So first of all, the only changes that kind of I made was to update the dates based on our discussion at the listening session we had in February. Then I gave it to council. She got back to me at the end of last week, and I incorporated those changes. The most substantive ones is that she recommended for enforcement in the end, after a little bit of back and forth, the sentence, the town manager or their designee shall enforce the provisions of this bylaw. So that's that. And the second kind of substantive, there's two others. She was not comfortable with putting into law that the town shall maintain a publicly available list of landscapers that are committed. She said we can do that, but it shouldn't be in the law. And so that's fine. So if this passes, we can ask the town manager to have the sustainability department or whatever maintain that list. And she was not comfortable in having a 4-month immunity after a warning of any sort. So I removed that of any sort. We talked about a couple of things, but she was not comfortable doing that. She said also this can be, the enforcement authority has discretion, just like, for a speeding ticket, the officer can say, you were going 11 miles over, I'm going to let it go this time, but, slow down. Similarly, here, the enforcement authority can say, I'm going to let it go this time because I know you're looking into this, but you can't continue to use these in town. So anyway, those are the substantive things, and the only change between what's in the packet and that is that sentence that says in 5A saying the town manager or their designee shall enforce the provisions of this bylaw. Other than that, everything is set in the copy in the packet.
The most recent bylaw that was submitted to the office today with both of the emails is loaded to the packet for reference as well.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Tom. I was not reading the room. Jim, and then Dean.
We can let, I just wanted to note that the last time we talked about it, Dean wasn't here, and we set aside a couple of questions for further discussion, waiting for Dean to be here. I know one of them was the dates. Do you remember what the other potential issue that we were going to wait on? Because that's the only one that I think is probably reasonable to talk about, now that you've gotten it all reviewed by town council. I'd hate to start, messing with words and having it to go back and forth, but if there was some other issue that you remember.
The only other issue that has come up is whether this should apply to 4-cycle rule about leaf blowers. And for a lot of reasons, I think that this bylaw shouldn't cover those. Those are really a different animal. They really make no more noise or pollution than a regular gas lawnmower. And the ones that are attached to the tractor, the leaf blower itself doesn't make any pollution, right? The tractor makes the pollution. Mm-hmm. And so, and the tractor's going to exist whether it has the leaf blower or not on it. So I would strongly recommend that we don't have time to deal with that before this town meeting. And so it just has to do with the dates. Now, we did bring the dates in very slightly. After our last discussion, it was going to take full effect at the end of the year, 2029, and now it takes effect in the middle of the year in 2029. Full effect.
Okay, and then before I make any comments about the dates, I'd love to hear from Dean. since he raised his hand.
Well, we've talked about this forever, so it's probably just as well that we bring it to town meeting and have them vote on it. Personally, I think the implementation is too fast. And my second point is that, I'd feel more comfortable about this if we had something like during the Obama era, they had the cash for clunkers deal. Because you are seizing personal property and prohibiting people from using their, up until now, legally acquired equipment. So I'm not comfortable with that. But I'm also not comfortable with telling the town manager to put an extra $100,000 into the budget so we can reimburse people for their leaf blowers, which we'll then run over with a tractor of some sort. So I know the sense of the board. I think at this point it's worthwhile just bring this to town meeting and have the voters decide. I will vote against recommending this, but I hope nobody takes that personally. Thank you.
Alyssa?
So I think another, big question that we needed to discuss was whether or not we had authority over school district, water district, whether or not people were comfortable with the town following a different rule than other property owners are.
David?
So I will say two things. One is for the town itself, this is slightly more aggressive and says the town won't buy any more equipment after January 1st of next year. And I'm sorry about missing that. It was at the top of my notes too, so I wouldn't forget to do it. But council said we can have a law that applies to other municipalities. That's fine. And so this law can apply to other municipalities, just for municipal or public entities, even the state itself. She said, but it can only, just so everybody's information, it can only apply within Acton, and it can't conflict with state law. Those are the only two criteria. So we can't make an Acton business do something in Boxborough, but we can prevent leaf blowers from being used here, even by the state itself. So if the state had a building here, they couldn't use a leaf blower.
Is this the right time to talk about dates? What I would like to have is, I'd like to have dates in there that represent the general sense of the folks that are voting in favor of it. And it could be that that's, what's exactly written in the bylaw, or it could be that we wanted to make little changes. But we didn't get into the details of that discussion before. And I am all ready with a visual aid to help discuss this topic. So if it's okay, I would happily talk about this now. Okay. Look, it's a calendar.
Other way.
Other way, okay. So what this calendar is, this has got 2025, 2026, 27, 28, and 29, and the months across the top. And town meeting is right there in, May of this year. The little black rectangles are the fall cleanup and the spring cleanup periods. And what I put here in the yellow stickies are the current dates in the bylaw as written. So we have a seasonal ban for commercial users starting January of 2027. That's essentially 2 years after the town meeting vote. It's a month and a half technically, a year and a half technically, but no one's doing much leaf blowing in January and February and March, and then the spring cleanup period begins where you're allowed to, any group can continue to use leaf blowers during that. So really it starts here, but I think it's more sensible, just easier for people to keep it in their head that it starts at the beginning of the year. The 2028 date is the seasonal ban for, individual owners, also including the small commercial, the 1 or 2 person shops. And then there's a date for both commercial and residential for everyone to stop using gas leaf blowers, including in the cleanup periods. And that's currently scheduled at the middle of 2029, right after the spring cleanup period. And Dave, did you want to say anything more about how you picked out these particular dates? Because I had some recommendations about changes, but I thought we should first hear why it's the way it is.
So these were all a compromise, starting with the listening session we had last year, where there were some people who wanted very long times. We even heard from someone recently that said this would be fine as long as it doesn't start until 2030. But anyway, this is a compromise. You know, I had actually originally wanted something very simple, but each of these things, applying first commercially, then to individuals, you know, private people, and then adding the spring and fall periods. It was just all a compromise based on input. So that's how we got here.
Okay. I'm also, so in my mind, as I was staring at the little calendar, I did think that starting the seasonal ban for commercial users any sooner than 2 years from now, like trying to put it 1 year from now, was going to trigger too much at town meeting. It was going to be too soon for the commercial operators to go through the planning and the investment. So I'm totally comfortable with that here. The seasonal ban for owners and small commercial, I was starting to think of just putting that on the same date as the general commercial. Now, what we had said in the past was that this date should be later because they, individual owners have equipment that they don't use as much, so it's going to take longer for it to be used up. But I want us to remember that this is still allows everyone to use their blowers during the spring cleanup and the fall cleanup. And I think for individual owners, that's most of their use. It's really only as far as I can tell, it's typically only the commercial operations that are coming by, you know, every week when they do the lawn mowing to also, you know, carefully blow the 5 leaves away from the lawn. So I thought it might simplify things and be able to bring things in a little bit to put those dates both the same. I think it's still worthwhile to keep these distinctions about small commercial in case the dates change again, but I thought making those dates the same would be good. And then, given all this long period between 2027 and the middle of 2029, I wasn't sure where to put the ban for everyone, but it did seem to me that at the very least, we could put it at January 1st, just to make everything simple, that it's on the 1st of the year, like the other ban. I briefly thought about putting it up here, and I go back and forth, but I'd wonder what the general sense of the board is about whether, you know, where to put these things, and whether it's okay to move the seasonal ban for individual owners up to 2027. So that's my little wrap, and I'd love to hear from you.
I just will add that I think that we've heard from some of the public that they would be interested in moving the dates up. So I think I'm okay with that. Alyssa, and then Dean, sorry.
I'm also okay moving the dates up. I will point out that we have had another year of leaf blower use to tack on. So, you know, we have 4 years laid out, but I'm going to count it as 5 because this came to town meeting last year, right? So we're already out another year. There are many towns around us or close to us that have already banned them. I'll just look at the little map. So Brookline, 2016, Newton and Lincoln, 2019, Somerville, 21. I'm not saying Somerville's close to us. Arlington and Lexington this year, Concord, 2028. So I'm absolutely fine moving them in. Also, I think it is an interesting point that you're making, Jim, about having the personal, the residential and commercial seasonal line up, because I think that people are not necessarily going to know when they're calling in to report a leaf blower, whether exactly where it is, because the sound travels so far. And will that make enforcement tricky if we're getting calls and then somebody has to go out and determine whether it's commercial or residential? And also, I think we got an email from someone about maybe people were just angry if a commercial operator couldn't do something that the town was continuing to do. Not that residents were upset or commercial, if they were allowed to do things that the other entity wasn't. But I'm in favor of moving it up as much as everyone's comfortable with.
If it was up to me, you'd need a bigger board. One more band. And I think, from a practical point of view, I think the way it was originally laid out, I think is probably much more likely to be approved at town meeting. So if you want it, take it as best you can. But I think the dates that David came up with originally, I think have probably a better chance of passing than if you move them.
Actually, I can deal with either. I appreciate Alyssa's point that it might be simpler to enforce if they're the same. And actually, I could delete a paragraph out of the bylaw, but I don't see that there's a huge difference. I will say that Cambridge passed theirs, I think, last week, and it went into effect immediately.
Right, they're a city. They don't have to wait for the Attorney General to say, okay. They just go for it.
Alyssa.
So while I respect the perspective that we need to be conservative in order to pass this at town meeting, I think that the town meeting that I know is going to pass it that's my expectation, I don't have an ability to predict that, but my sense is, based on this community and the feedback that we've received, that they would pass it if it were moved up a year or even 2 years. And I'm reading the emails, people are sending additional information. I just read an article about not only the noise pollution and the pollution that's coming from the device, but the pollution that is in what is being churned up by the leaf blowers, because they have contracts and they're just blowing around all sorts of things that are not leaves because they have to work a certain number of.
Since that's effectively where it is, it would be, rather than go up another year. I think that whoever made the comment that the spring and fall cleanup periods really changes things, it effectively gives, I think a lot of homeowners don't use them during the summer, but the professional operators do. And so I'm definitely okay with, if it's the sense of the board, to combine the two, and then I'm happy to bring the end date in by 6 months.
You'd prefer it either technically at the end of 2028 or the beginning of 2029. I'm hearing Alyssa saying, sooner the better. So we're somewhere in between here. Might be good to hear from Fran, I don't know.
Oh, I'm fine with the dates being pulled in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's put it at the end of 2020. Oh, you're bringing it way in. I heard David say 6 months.
So pulling it in, it was the middle of 29, so we could pull it to the beginning of 29 or end of 28. Or we could
If
pull
you're
it in.
bringing it in 6 months, I think December 31st, 2028 makes more sense than January 1st, 2029.
Okay?
Because it's the end of the year.
And you don't see a need to bring it in further than that?
Oh, no, I would like it to be brought in further, but
So-
I'll
so-
just hold
so-
out
so we-
hope that somebody makes an amendment at town meeting.
We could do December 31st, 2027.
Doesn't the fall cleanup goes all the way through December 31st, right?
Right.
Okay.
And so, yes. I mean, I'm going to get mad if someone's leaf blowing over Christmas or Hanukkah, but anyway.
I like that even better, thank you.
Do we want to do that? Is that a?
Great.
Let's do it.
Okay, we have four of us okay with moving things to 2027.
And I move to recommend this article based on these changes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. And nays?
Okay.
Adopt a new, Article 33, adopt a new general bylaw.
This version that's in the packet, that's in the article before you, has been updated. I think I sent it to the board today. If not, it'll certainly be ready for your next meeting. But the planning team met with some folks and town council and had some additional edits. One interesting part of it is that it requires, or it creates an obligation to have a tree fund. And those of you that follow the revolving fund budgets know that we have a tree revolving fund that hasn't really materialized. And so one of the things we're looking at is a way to potentially combine those two. So that existing revolving fund, I think, is under the tree warden's kind of, he has the ability to spend from that. And I believe that would be the same intent with this one too. So it makes sense to me to not have another tree revolving fund. So that's something that we want to finalize before the warrant gets printed. And if there's any feedback or comments on what's here before you now, that's helpful, but just know that it's been updated a little bit.
I'll start with Alyssa, then Dean, then David.
I just have a concern, it's actually a pretty serious concern about the name of the bylaw being tree protection bylaw, because it was presented to us as delay, and then we're anticipating a tree preservation bylaw coming next year, maybe, if we get there. So I'm wondering if we can change this to tree protection delay bylaw.
Clearing delay, or whatever. Something with delay in it.
Yes.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yeah, sure.
So that was basically going to be my comment, although I was going to say it could go in the summary, but I think putting it in the title makes more sense. And describing it colloquially in the summary would be good. The kind of the way.
Does it make more sense to have it say tree clearing or site clearing delay? I'm worried that tree protection is really gonna trip people up, and, because they've already seen the presentation, and voters might not understand exactly what they're voting on. And I don't mean that to suggest that voters are not intelligent, but.
No, I was confused in the beginning until I started to read it. Yeah, I would be happy with staff choosing it as long as it has the word delay in it.
Yeah.
Because I think that was, there were words on the planning department slides. We could use those. And they also had good explanation, which could go in the summary.
Tree clearing delay, yeah,
Or something.
yeah. Jim?
I mean, in some cases, trees would not get cleared because people wouldn't get the permits that they needed. But probably delay is okay. But, yeah, just in terms of the exact wording, it can be more than a delay.
I'm sorry, I found the message that I sent you earlier today. So there's a revised version of Article 33 and some questions for the board to consider. And we can also do this another time, but Tom can bring up the draft with the questions in it. The two questions were, one was about calculating the diameter. There's two ways to do it. Which way does the board want to do it? Is basically the ask. If you can actually bring up the Word document, it has the things embedded right in it. I'll just make it big. We're just sharing the screen. Hold on a sec. It's on the next page. Where's the question? This should be comments in the margin. Yeah, there it is. No. No, they're there. Yeah, so the question is in page, what is the actual word, so? Section AF7 for enforcement. How do you want to measure a tree, is the question.
Dean?
I'm sure he's just going to say,
So, thank you. Yeah, I've got a lot of, philosophical questions that I can raise at some later point, but to this particular point, this is the most commonly used way of measuring trees is that accepted by the International Society of Arboriculture, which is a caliper dimension, basically the diameter. There is an extremely small minority that favors a cross-sectional analysis. So you take a tree like this and you figure out, how many square inches are in that compared to the diameter. And what happens is that the law becomes punitive because there are so many 1 or 2 inch trees you can put into that cross-sectional analysis that you get really an unrealistically high number of trees. So if your intent is to punish people, then go with the cross-sectional analysis. If the intent is to have a realistic number which is commonly accepted by the vast majority of certified arborists, use the diameter, which is what we've always used with measuring trees here within the rights-of-way, and it's what's commonly used. I can think of at least 4 communities that I do consulting work with. Wellesley, Newton, Concord, amongst others, all of which use the diameter because it's more commonly used, it's more practical, and it's not outrageously punitive.
Alyssa?
But the diameter for either method is measured at breast height, and after the trees are already cut, how do you determine that? Should it just be maybe a different formula, like the catch-all, a number of trees per acre?
So I think that, first, this is with the assumption that the stumps are still available. And I think good arborists could make some good assumptions based on on the size of the stump at grade level or 1 inch above grade level. I think they can make some pretty good determinations from that. I think the other thing too is that increasingly there are online resources available. You know, arborists are using Google Maps and, you know, so there are other ways of determining it. And, you know, if the tree is cut down to 1 inch, whether you're going to calculate it using the diameter method or the cross-sectional analysis, you're making the assumption of what it is at height, 4 feet up. So I don't think that really matters that much. But the other thing, and I'll get into these philosophical issues I got with it later on, but I think it's also important to keep in mind when you're thinking about replacing, replanting an area, you have to assume the practicality of getting the replanting done. And you have to keep in mind that trees grow, they get bigger. Keep in mind that Acton and most of Massachusetts was essentially clear-cut 150 years ago. And we've got nothing but forests here now. Think about the fact that if you don't mow your lawn, you'll have a forest. That's the reality of woodlands in New England.
Any other comments? Jim?
We came up with a fine formula when we were discussing fines for street tree removal. And I think whatever system we used for that is going to be fine here too. I mean, we're basically trying to generate a supply of cash that would go into a tree fund. And, you know, more the better as far as I'm concerned. I don't mind being a little bit punitive here in the sense that this is a punishment for someone, you know, removing trees before they have their permits together. But it's the same thing for the street trees. So I don't actually remember what we ended up with on street trees. So whatever we did, I'm fine with that.
DBH.
Okay, well, there you go.
John?
So thank you. That's some good feedback on one of the questions, and I think I'll work with finance on the second one related to the revolving fund and whether using the existing one is feasible. If it's not, we may either need to have a separate article or to actually revisit one of the articles that you've already approved, which was the revolving fund one. So stay tuned on that, but good progress. There is a remote participant interested in commenting if you're taking comments.
I didn't know if we were taking comments during our warrant, but it isn't an agenda item, so. Sure.
It's your call.
Yes. Please make it quick. Call in user.
Yes, I was just going to say, thank you, Mr. Harrigan, that the select board chose to go with Dean on the diameter thing again for the public trees. And I really think that you should reconsider that. Dean works for industry. Industry is not, I don't think, what we should be following. Industry is not, for example, just not stopping voluntarily selling leaf blowers. So please reconsider that. And also, I think that Dean is the liaison for the Design Review Board, and I think the Design Review Board has something to say on this relative to practicality. Trees can go anywhere in town, and they can be bigger trees. The urban areas are going for the cross-sectional too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are we moving on to 34? Home rule petition, checkout bag minimum charge.
So, yes, this is a repeat. Town meeting already approved this a few years ago, but the way things work in the general court is that if they're not acted on upon in a few years, they ask the town, are you sure? And you have to reapprove it and then send it back up. So that's the same for 34, the checkout bag minimum charge, and 35, the public safety residency radius. Those are both repeats from a few years ago. We could make that clearer in the summary of each if you'd like, or just let it ride. I saw these as consent items, but I was actually waiting for some direction on that, too.
Would it be clear that they're consent items if they were on consent? Is that-
So what we typically do is have an asterisk or some other
Yeah.
indicator in the table of contents for all the ones that are on consent. And so
Right.
what we've already talked about tonight will be on there, and then anything we add to that based on what you all want.
Because I'm okay with them being on consent if there was a little explanation, like, you already voted for this, it expired, and, yep. No. Jim and David?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, changing the description to, make clear that we already passed this and it's more of a mechanical thing that we have to do it again. And if someone wants to, say this is a stupid thing, they can take it off consent and we can have a debate about it, and it'll pass again anyway. But a question I had was, what about all of our other home rule petitions? When do they have to be redone? Like the one about voting and the one about, there's two about voting age and ranked choice voting.
Those ones both made it through the queue in a way that doesn't require them to be brought back yet.
Okay,
I guess
great.
is the answer.
David?
I think that's because our representatives refiled them. So
They just refile these?
you could ask them, but
Oh,
they
it's too
didn't.
late now, I
They
guess.
didn't.
Yeah.
But they refiled the voting ones.
John?
It was at the direction of the clerk of the court that the ones, like the ones that are brought back here need to go back. The ones that they refiled without this reapproval was based on the way that some that are statewide, it wasn't, they tried to refile them, I guess is my point, and they weren't allowed to.
David?
I move that we recommend Articles 34 and 35, and that both be on consent with an enhanced summary saying that the town has voted for these before.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
So Article 36 is Citizen Petition 1.
Yes,
Yep.
Citizen Petition 1 and Citizen Petition 2 were from the same, well, they're very similar. So that's why they're next to each other, and that's just the order that they came in.
David?
So I would like these both to have a person to contact about them. Right, public needs to be able to ask questions about them. And per our policy, I would like the council to tell us the effect of each of these petitions before we vote on them.
Dean?
I don't know if that was a motion from David,
Yeah.
but I would second it.
We're not voting on that, are we? Or
I think we're not voting to recommend it. I wouldn't make a
So-
motion to recommend it this time. I would
We're
like to
just
wait.
going to have it come back to our next meeting?
Yes,
Yeah.
and hopefully with more information.
Yeah.
Question.
Jim?
Maybe this is a question for Alyssa. Is there any important interplay between this citizen petition and the Citizens Library change? Would passing this change anything about the home rule petition? Since they're both about, they're both about libraries, so I thought there might be some ordering that's important.
I think I wouldn't want to comment on it until I hear town council's summary of what the impact is. Because there's nothing in the language that refers to the trustees in the language of the petition. It refers to association, which no longer exists. So I don't want to say what the impact would be on Article 11 until we hear from town council. Because to me, this is the summary is dealing more with whether, like town meeting weighing in on whether or not we're going to use our legal counsel.
Okay, yeah, we'll discuss it again.
So moving on to number 5, approved plan to mail only a postcard notice of the warrant for May 2025 annual town meeting instead of the full warrant booklet.
So thank you for adding this to the agenda. A few things. This was brought up just because we're always looking for ways to find efficiencies and identify opportunities to make changes that may improve outcomes for certain things, financially, environmentally, et cetera. The town meeting warrant is typically printed in newsprint booklet form, looks like this, usually longer than this. And then we get about 10 to 11,000 copies professionally produced. And then it's mailed through our bulk permit at the post office to 8,000 or 9,000 households probably. So there's two costs. There's the cost of producing the booklet in newsprint, and then there's the cost of the postage. And so the alternative that we're considering and want some feedback before we consider it any further is, do we, instead of printing 10 or 11,000 of the full booklets, do we print 2,000 or 3,000 of those and make those available in various places like town hall, library, et cetera, and then send out a one-page note like we did for the most recent special town meeting with the pertinent information about notifying residents that there's a town meeting coming up, the list of the articles, a QR code to get it, information about how to get the full booklet if they want it. We would still have to pay postage. If the postage to send out the booklet is just under 3,000, the postage to send out the postcard is around 2,000, so it's not a huge amount of savings there. But the savings comes in just, do we need to print 10,000 of these booklets? And if we get attendance of 300 to 600, maybe 2,600 every once in a while, that's still nowhere near the 10,000 booklets that we're printing. We're happy to do it. I think they look pretty good, so I'm not opposed to doing it. I just wanted to check in with the board on that and see if you had any thoughts before we continue the planning for the upcoming meeting.
Dean?
I would be strongly opposed to going with the postcard. I appreciate attempting to save money. I know we're looking through all the couch cushions to try to save money, but I think at a time when there's constant discussion about town meeting and, things not being transparent, I think it's really important that people get the warrant. Maybe they don't read it. Maybe they use it to light their wood stoves with. I don't know. But I think for somebody to get the card and then say, well, if you really want to read all this stuff, you got to, drive to the library, drive to the town hall, or you got to call us up and we'll mail it to you. It just adds another impediment in the way, and I think it's giving exactly the wrong message to the voters, and I think it kind of flies in the face of the recent study that was done by the League of Women Voters. So does not appeal to me at all.
I love this idea. I don't think it's non-transparent. I think that it's, from a sustainability point of view, I think it's smart. I think it's the right direction to move in. I know we're so used to getting our things in the mail, and if this is a way to save even just a little bit of money, I would be all for this. I think maybe printing 3,000 as opposed to 10,000 that's a lot. And print material is so outdated. But I understand there's folks in town who do rely on it, and I can probably count on my fingers on one hand. Where's my warrant? And I will personally drive them to folks who need them. So that's what I have to say. Alyssa?
I don't know how firm those numbers were that you shared with us, not for the printing and the number of warrants, but are you saying that the cost savings here in dollars is about 1,000?
The cost savings for postage alone is in that range. The cost savings for the difference between printing 10,000 of these to printing 3,000 of these is probably $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000. We pay just over $1, I think, for each one. So that's the savings.
Dean and then Jim.
I think it's timely that we're discussing this because I've got a meeting with the COA board shortly. I think the senior population are ones that rely more heavily, perhaps, than others on having the printed warrant mailed to them. They're the ones that have the most challenges as far as, getting to town hall or the library or whatever. And they're the ones that I see, when they do come to town meeting, they've usually got notes written within the warrant. So I will raise this at our meeting tomorrow.
Hard one. Jim?
Yeah, when I think about the different groups that this impacts in different ways, I'm also thinking about the older population, and I think one of the options should be, here's a phone number you call, or here's an email address, whichever, for some people email is hard, but so either an email or a phone or both, and we will then, mail you the warrant if you ask for it. And maybe Fran delivers them in person, which I think would be totally cool. I'd also be happy to deliver some too, but mail might be more practical, depending on how many people take that up. When I think about younger people, what I think is that, having a postcard with a QR code and you can get a PDF of the warrant is going to be such an improvement for those people. That they can just, put it on their favorite devices and it's electronic and they can search for things by just hitting the right keystrokes and, the clever ones can even, write notes on it. The other advantage I see is in the past, I believe we have not created PDFs in different languages. But if we picked our two most common languages, which I would guess would be Mandarin, Chinese, and Portuguese, having PDFs of the warrant that are translated would be a great win. So I'm okay with this because of the cost savings, as long as we have an easy way for people to get a actual, paper version of it that doesn't involve them needing to drive somewhere. We should tell them, if you want to just go to the library, you can pick it up. But for people that have transportation issues, it's a big deal to get to the library. Schedule the van, and then it's a big deal. So I think we should definitely have an option for, do this simple thing if you want the paper copy, and then we'll discover how many that is. Yeah. So I think it's a worthy experiment to do this year.
David?
If we do this, I would request two things. First of all, that a stack of these be available in every town building, especially town hall, both libraries and the senior center, but maybe literally the police station, fire stations, because a lot of those buildings are walkable for a number of people in town, just the occupied fire stations. But I think we should have those there. And I would like to see a link to the warrant very prominently displayed in the 2 weeks before town meeting on the website, on the front page. So, I don't know, up top or something that stays in the same place for the 2 weeks before town meeting. It's kind of the same time that they would have to, if they had gotten it in the mail. And maybe on the cat bus.
Alyssa?
So typically, I'm on board with an environmental benefit of saving paper and also this cost savings, but the cost savings is not really that big, as the town manager mentioned in his comments. I was also going to suggest that we should have an option to call or email to have one mailed if people can't get to a location to pick them up, and it should be in addition to the town hall and the library, also available at the senior center, both libraries, the senior center, maybe even the post offices. That's not a town building, but maybe they would allow us to put them there. But after thinking about it more and reading some comments, because I solicited input on this, I think it's really late in the game for this year, and maybe next year with more lead time to get public input in a way besides social media would be a good idea. I'm also worried about this year. It's not intentional, but people are going to think that, oh, they didn't mail the warrants out because this debt exclusion is on the warrant. Like last year, the deadline for arranging a ride to town meeting was earlier than normal, and it was perceived by some folks in town that that was a deliberate disenfranchisement because of the Budget A that was on the warrant because the operating override passed. Also, I will remind the board that one of our long-term goals is to improve town meeting participation, and not mailing a warrant to every household in town does not really align with that goal, especially people who have moved into Acton within the last year, maybe from outside of New England, they're not familiar with town meeting form of government. If they get a warrant, I mean, how often do you get newsprint? Well, you get it every week with the Action Unlimited for one more week, I think, unless you pay a subscription. But that's going to get more attention than a postcard notice, which will be most likely recycled. But if you get a town meeting warrant and you don't know what town meeting is, because you're from outside of New England, that's going to grab your attention. So I would favor continuing this for at least one more year, and then revisit it, but with more time, because the warrant's going out to print in just a few weeks.
Or not, no, I'm kidding, I'm only kidding.
Well, it will one way or
if
another, it's
you
just how many.
have a QR code, you can also print a warrant out in your own home.
If you have a cell phone that has
Or
a camera.
a laptop or a printer or.
If you have a printer, you can print it at home.
I'm just saying for those who can print it out at home, can do that. And then you can call Fran and she'll drive one to you. And I am completely serious about that. And I had another point that I completely forgot about. And just to your point about town meeting attendees, I mean, to send out 10,000 warrants and only get 200 or 300 folks at town meeting, that's a lot of paper.
That is a lot of paper, and we also say that open town meeting is the purest form of government because every registered voter, which is about 15,000, 16,000, can attend. Can we all fit them? Can we fit them all? No. But they have the option of attending and voting. Their individual vote counts. There's no, representative who has to place a vote for 200 or 2,000 people. So this is a sign that you have the opportunity to go to town meeting and vote, because we mailed this warrant. I mean, I'm sure we're mailing the warrant to households with no citizens. Well, or citizens of voting age. Maybe parents are not citizens, but their kids are. And we don't allow cell phones or laptops at the dining room table at my house, so we sit around with the warrant and talk at dinner time. So, yeah, I have a couple of young voters who do use QR codes, and, they're used to reading on devices instead of a paper, but that's one time that we do use a paper to talk about upcoming town meeting.
David?
I'm okay with delaying for a year, but I'd like to then prep it for next year, maybe by including a message in the warrant, maybe as part of our message that says next year we intended to distribute this electronically, and maybe any other communication mechanisms to let people know. I don't know if are we going to vote on this, or are we going to just have a sense of the board?
Well, the agenda item says approve plan.
It is loud and clear to delay by a year? Or what is loud and clear?
Yeah, if it's not approved, then it doesn't
Yeah.
happen, so
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good with that, it's fine.
David was talking about prepping this for next year by making some changes to the warrant in the language, and I think that's a great idea. One possibility would be to include, hey, would you prefer your warrant in an electronic format? Here's a QR code, click on this, and we can find out how many people use that. So that might be a little bit of helpful information to get us going. Because right now, there's no clue that there's actually an electronic version available. So that's one possibility.
That could be right on the cover.
Yeah.
Because, in our house, we have 3 voters that go to town meeting. Only one of them carries the paper one. Not me, because there's always one up there. The clerk puts one up. But, so our youngest voter, who's 28, would probably much prefer to snap it with her phone.
Okay, then. So we're moving on. Yay. Approve ballot questions for the April 29th, 2025 annual town election.
There are 2 ballot questions that we're asking you to consider. The first is related to a charter change that was approved at the recent town meeting that just needs further confirmation at the ballot and whether the folks want it. And the second is the debt exclusion vote for the Public Works building. So you notice their question number blank, because one of the things that we wanted to ask you is which one would you want to have first? And then we'd ask that you vote to formally, there's a motion at the top, I think it's place the following question on the ballot for that, so.
Ian?
Well, I think I would be in favor of having the debt exclusion as question number 1. I think we get the people's attention faster. So I would, as far as the order question, that's the way I would recommend.
David?
I agree with the wording that's on the screen, and I agree with Dean that we should put the DPW question first.
Jim?
My instinct is to put them in the other order, and the order that's shown on the screen, and I'm trying to think of why. I think the first one lets people warm up, and get used to voting on a very low this is a low-impact change, unless you're on the Historic District Commission. And it gets them in the habit of voting yes, and, then you have question 2. So I'm not sure that's the exact reason, but still, that's my instinct, is to do them in the order there. Question 1 is changing the charter, and question 2 as the Public Works facility.
That would be my vote, too. I think that's.
Too. I agree with David and Dean that debt exclusion should be first. Because if people are warming up, or it's low stakes, or they're not interested or confused, then they might skip over both questions and go to the offices that they're voting on. Maybe they haven't, read up on what's going to be on the ballot, so they don't know which way to vote, and maybe don't understand what these 2 questions are all about. They just know it's election day and they should show up at the polls, so. Sorry.
Well,
Jim.
since I'm not able to fully articulate my reasons for the ordering, I'm happy to go along with the majority here.
I have no hard and fast rule for this. I'm fine with them.
I move to place the following questions on the ballot for Acton voters at a duly called annual election to take place on April 29, 2025.
Second.
Do
All
I need
in
to read the
favor?
questions
Oh,
out loud? I don't know what that means, John.
I
That's
think you
not-
do, because they're not currently in the packet.
Okay. Question number 1, shall the town of Acton be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2 1/2, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bonds issued in order to pay for the designing, constructing, equipping, and furnishing a new public works facility to be located at 14 Forest Road, including all other costs incidental and related hereto? Question number 2, shall the town vote to amend Section 8-3 of the Charter of the Town of Acton and Chapter 43B of the Massachusetts General Laws to amend Section 4-2 of the Town Charter by changing the number of members column for the Historic District Commission from 6 to 7 as voted under Article 19 of the annual town meeting held May 6, 2024?
Jim.
Question about the wording there. Are we voting to change Chapter 40B of the Mass General Laws? I didn't think we got to do that.
Yeah, it does say that.
Their charters are approved, they follow those Mass General Law. So I don't know how that affects, what would you do to change the number?
I would assume we just have to amend Section 8-3 of the Charter of the Town of Acton, and the reference to Chapter 43B is just a reference to this is where this comes from, as enabled in Chapter 43B or something like that. Because the rest of it just says, we're just going to change. And then the other thing that's confusing is where the second part says we're amending Section 4-2 of the town
So I
charter.
think you-
And the first part says Section 8-3.
I think you just have to remove Chapter 43B. Because we're not changing the Mass General Laws.
This was reviewed by council.
Yeah.
And Tom just reminded us that chapter 43B is the home rule provision, home rule procedures.
Okay.
So
Yes.
I think, what if you just said, subject to further town council review, just to have her double check, but she did.
If she
double
reviewed
check
it,
already.
then that's, yeah, I'm good.
But if we add to the motion, subject to town council review, then we can still change it.
Subject to town council review.
And then Dean seconded, needs to be seconded.
I'll re-second.
All in, John?
So we need to print this ballot on the 26th of this month, and today is the 17th, so we're not meeting again, you're not meeting again before that happens. I'm a little concerned about a conditional vote.
I'd be happy to attend a special emergency, extra meeting, lunchtime, whatever, after we get town council's review, because it seems dangerously incoherent right now, the way it's written.
Fran?
So she reviewed it already.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
reviewed it, and if 43B is
Yeah.
is the home rule petition, and it establishes the Historic District
Right.
Commission of Acton, then yes, absolutely, the town of Acton can amend it. Not establishes, but
Right.
outlines their duties. I don't know, I haven't read 43B.
43B is home rule procedures.
Oh.
So it's home rule, it's not the Mass General laws. Well, it is Mass General laws.
So what are you recommending? We just vote for it, and then if we need an emergency meeting, you'll call one?
Yeah, that would be the emergency.
Yes, that would be
If this was
good.
wrong.
So you would like Alyssa to start her motion from scratch and just move to approve?
I thought her motion was fine until it was amended. Could you just go back to that?
I rescind my amendment. What did I say the amendment was? Condition on further town council review? I rescind that. Strike that from the record.
I'll amend my second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll abstain.
One abstention, sorry, Jim. Yeah. On to consent. Number 15, approve February 28th, 2025 meeting minutes. 16, approve memorandum of understanding with Sudbury Valley trustees to,
Can I hold that? I know
Yes.
I'm not a board member, but can I hold that?
yes.
I'll hold it. Yeah,
Thank you.
that's fine.
Trustees to accept a donation of $50,000 towards the acquisition of 19 and 35 Weatherby Street. 17, approve memorandum of agreement with the Acton Boxborough Regional School District for use of the fuel depot. 18, accept donations towards the 2025 Summer Concert Series and event, $3,000 from P. Sutherland Realty Group, Keller Williams Realty Boston, $1,000 from Revolution Community Yoga and Fitness, $500 from Oak Hill Mulch Company, towards, I don't know, 500 from Emerson Health, 500 from Roche Brothers. 19, approve a one-day malt and wine license for the St. Elizabeth of Hungary on April 12, 2025. 20, approve a one-day malt and wine license for the Acton 250 Committee at the Discovery Museum on April 16th, 2025. 21, approve adopt a visibility site application from Ironwork Farm.
Hold.
So approve items 15.
Madam Chair, I move to approve item 15 and 17 through 20 inclusive.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
So the first, John, if you want to speak to 16.
Thank you for that, I appreciate it. Just wanted to clarify that we're still finalizing this, but the intent of this is for the town, for the select board to accept a gift from the Sudbury Valley trustees towards the purchase and acquisition of 19 and 35 Weatherby, and to approve a draft memorandum of understanding as substantially written with any final modifications to be approved by the town manager, so that we don't have to bring it back. So that's slightly different from what's in the packet, so I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable with that alternative motion. And again, it's accept the gift, approve a memorandum of understanding substantially as written with the final approval to be approved by me, and if it's really different, then I'll bring it back to you. Does that work?
David?
I move to accept the gift of $50,000 from the Sudbury Valley trustees towards the purchase of 19 and 35 Weatherby Street, and to approve the memorandum of understanding substantially as written in the packet, and allow the town manager to sign the MOA.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
And then, is it 21?
Yes.
Yes, David.
So for 21, I would like to say that this approval is conditioned on the items which the DPW director included in response to this request, which basically says that if we need to do street work here, sorry. My motion would be to adopt approve the adoptive visibility site application from Ironwork Farm, subject to the conditions from the DPW director that are listed in the packet.
Second.
We have the motions. I'm just going to take an online caller. State your name and.
Hi,
Yeah.
Michaela Moran, Ironwork Farm. What conditions did the DPW put on the visibility question?
So, may I respond? Yeah, so he responded to you in email, and those emails are in our packet, and saying basically there is possible upcoming street work on Main Street, which not this year, but in future years, that might.
Future years, all right.
Right.
This year's fine.
Yes, I can read them if you'd like.
No, if they're
So they're
also to me, I can find them, and I probably just don't remember what he said.
or maybe, so it also has to do with driver sight lines and other things. So perhaps the town manager or assistant town manager can forward these conditions to the applicant, if we approve this.
The driver sight lines, that was in his first email to me. That just kind of explained it all to you. We're fine with that. I just thought you were referring to something that I couldn't see.
The other things that I think were in that same email are, that has to do with the complete streets plan and some possible intersection changes from Central Street to High Street. And so in future years, right? That's not this year.
Okay, thank you.
Are we voting? Yes. Sorry.
I'm ready.
What is wrong with me? All in
After
favor?
11.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.